vibe it up to. Hey, Elena, 99, how you doing? How you been? Thank you. Appreciate it. You found me on YouTube first? I'm doing great, man. It's going to be a great stream today, and it's been a great year. And I'm very excited for 2026, man. Gonna make every day great. Found me on Instagram. That's dope, dude. Appreciate it. We are going to be pushing out more content going into the new year, so stand by. We've been doing a bunch of trial and, you know, a little bit of scientific method, trying some stuff out, testing out some theories since November. And I think we put together a pretty good game plan for quarter one of 2026. What's going on, guys? Alright, guys. It's time to go ahead and start the stream today. So let's go ahead and start with an opening prayer. Dear God, thank you for today. Thank you for all that you provide to us and all the just light that you shine upon us, the guidance, the strength, the courage, the boldness, the ability to sit back and just take care of what needs to be done, and just allowing emotions to roll off our shoulders so that we can stay focused on the mission. I continue to ask for your guidance. I continue to ask that I find it in myself to lower my light and lower, not necessarily my light, but lower my ego and diminish myself so that you can be more greatly seen. Thank you for just guiding us and showing us the way, and just continue to ask that you bless the road in front of us as you bless the one that we leave behind. In your holy name and by your Son Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. What's going on? It feels like it's been a while, guys. I haven't seen you. I feel like I have been distracted with the holidays and the closing of the year, and I apologize for that. No crap. He said in our little executive meeting with me, Gigi, and Jesse yesterday that I take accountability on being a little off. I totally missed last Monday, and it's just because of how I prioritize my work schedule over this, and that's bad. That's shame. So I take full accountability for that, and I promise to be better. I promise to keep this the main priority because this is the mission. This is what we're trying to do. So that's on me. But I do think I have a pretty good plan for us today. I'm excited to talk with you guys. I think we're going to be here for a little while. I think we're just going to reflect on the year a little bit, reflect especially on the last, since November, since we started making content and building the website and getting things going on that front. We're just going to kind of break some stuff down. We're going to talk about what's going well, what we need to see in the first quarter of 2026, and just kind of, take our time to reflect and use the tools that we've already built and just be grateful that we've been able to make it this far and that we have been able to, be alive and have a chance to make a difference. You gotta be grateful for the opportunity, man, not always the success. So I'm just happy that we're still here and that we're still able to find a way to make a difference. No matter how small the steps may be, as long as it leads to a brighter future, then we're doing the right thing, right? So, personally, I like to start these streams with a little bit of personal recap. So, the holidays were good. Saw some family on both Christmas Eve and on the 27th, and saw the in-law side on the actual Christmas day. So we saw everybody, which is always a blessing. We're definitely getting to the age where some people are choosing not to come around, and more the merrier. Fine by me. If you don't need to be here right now, then don't be here. But the door's always welcome to come back, and you got to keep praying for folk and hope they find the way and hope they come back to holiday get-togethers. Overall, it was a good time. Got to have the nephew up for a couple days, and having that ball of fury around is always fun. He keeps the day always interesting, and he's really into playing music, so you got to play us some original tunes. So watch out for that on Tribe Music whenever he gets me a finished version. But yeah, so life's been good. My energy definitely, like I was kind of saying right after the prayer, my energy has definitely felt a little distracted off Tribe Vibe. We've definitely been making progress every day behind the scenes on like the database and doing that type of stuff, but definitely what hasn't been the same since that PTO push. But the good news is we have another pretty big break from now until about January 9th. We have a good run where we can put a lot of effort and time into streaming and just push the Tribe Vibe network. So today we're just gonna take some time to reflect. We're gonna get into the forum. We're gonna write in the forum. Hopefully you guys can live add to some of the thoughts and conversations that we start here today. But we're gonna get on the website and we are gonna start just kind of breaking down where we're at this year. So let's go ahead and get into that. The first thing to note is, we made a big push in November. That's when we had 28,000 views in 28 days. So we kind of proved that our content system can definitely at least bring some sort of views. Even if the retention's not all the way there, we're at least able to use the algorithm and our theory worked there. So let's go ahead, and since that's the first thing I said, let's make that the first thing we write about in the forum today. Let's just kind of get into it. Let me fix this up for everybody. Whoa! There we go. There we go. So Tribe Vibe Network, we're gonna go over here to community. We're gonna get in here as TribeChief, and we're gonna make a new topic. And we're gonna call this. We're gonna head everything. Had all of our topics started today. We're gonna go with ending 2025. I gotta move my mic, as you guys see. I do have to look to type because sometimes, you know, you're just a big dumb ape, and you're out here trying to use technology, and sometimes your ape brain doesn't know how to type. Or do mundane things, I guess I'm trying to say. But ending 2025, something that we're walking out with is we have proved the content strategy can work. Can't spell either, huh? Whoa, 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 whoa. All right. So where are we gonna put this on? Let's see here. Not off topic. Building the tribe, tribe brainstorm and design. Building the tribe. So let's go ahead and put them in like the top topics, and then we can build out from there. So in November, what we did. Let's go with the what? Hold on. I have. Let me see something. So I have. This was made by that AI. Claude wrote that guy. I thought I had. There we go. I want to write everything with this format in mind. Alright. So we can get views. We did not budget our resources correctly in November 2025, but we did prove that we can take a stream, chop it with no edit, feed it to, and then make AI, feed it through AI Opus clips. And out of that, we could get 1,000 views. Sorry, 1,000 views a day average. Right? And I don't want anyone to ever think I'm lying about nothing. So let's go and pull some data to you know, make sure that we're starting off on the right foot. Oh, my Cavs, guys, my Cavs. Are we all worried about my Cavs? Are we praying for the Cleveland Cavaliers? They need to figure it out, guys. These young cats deserve to have some success and have at least one good playoff run, dang it. Dang it. They should have one good playoff run. Oh, was this the same strike I had earlier? Yeah. Yep, messed that up, didn't we? We're 6 years old today. We're old as heck. Video. Nope, that's not that one. That's a single video. Video. Analytics. This is what I want. 28.4K. Let's see. Let's see here. So we dropped. This is over. In the last 28 days, your channel got 28,393 views in the last 28 days. And see, that's about to fall off because we did a lot of our damage right here on December 1st. and we kind of rode this wave, right? But if we remember, that is when we did a big old launch on Opus Clips. Where we dropped this React to Hassan. We dropped all of these over the course, where we dropped like one every 4 hours, I would like to say, that stretched us, right? And look, this is back when we were down in the basement. You know what I mean? Our studio's improved. Look, studio looks nice now. You know what I'm saying? We upgraded a little bit. We got some windows going on. Got the desk. You know what I'm saying? We can do more up here. Our content can improve is what I'm saying. Our content is going to be improved is what I'm going to say going early into 2026. We have more funds. We can actually use 302 credits. And this is just me on React stream, right? The Milo stream is a big one that we need to get there. We have Gigi that we can have some of her clips come out there where she can snip us together. So we're actually going to be able to also prove we'll get into that next though. Our next topic today will be, let's write that down let's keep tracking here of what we're talking about. First thing we're just talking about is we can get views. The next thing we're going to talk about is you have more than one creator. And after that, we're probably going to get into the database. And then we'll go from there. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, so we can get views. We did not budget our resources in November of 25 properly. This is but we did prove that we can stream, edit AI shorts, and average 1,000 views a day. So that's great. Bravo. Currently, we have VODs that can be, I mean, it's not even edited, chopped. I'm gonna call it chopped because we're not really editing anything. We're just chopping it at time codes. Chopped into YouTube videos. Those videos can then be turned into, we'll call them AI shorts. Turned into AI shorts. That's what I'm saying up there. So I think the content that we have backlogged is better than what we have out right now. We know more about how we are going to cut the videos. We are going to limit one video to be 30 minutes at a time? Question mark. So this is the big difference. We are not going to dump random chops into the AI machine. That's definitely what I was doing during that thing, during that PTO push that we had in November. Which we have another one coming up here in January, and we're in one right now in December. All right. I don't like writing in this. Let's cut it out of here. Let's go into just Google Docs. Old Google Docs. Oh, how we love thee. Totally forgot to change my Alright, so let's redo this a little bit. Alright, we can get views. 2025 reflection. We can get views. So ending 2026, what are the notes really about this? Truthfully, what is going on right now is that we have content that is backlogged, which is honestly not really acceptable. And this is due to misbudgeting the tokens the first round. And like, to be honest, that happened because like looking back on that PTO push, I had never I hadn't done my, like that was my first stream, and that was my first round of like content creation, actually putting myself out there. And then when I was in that mindset, when I was like back in 2020 and like in November of this year, like the whole thought line of that was, let's get content out no matter what you have to stream, no matter what you have to put the YouTube videos out, no matter what you have to put the shorts out, because we have to see if this can work. Like we just have to do what's next, and this is what's next. So I remember during that PTO push, I definitely wanted to, you know, just with everything, like with all the opportunity in front of me, I wanted to see like what would really happen if we tried to do this. And the biggest proof of that PTO week, of that week in 2025 when TribeChief Network started and got public, was that we can get 1,000 views a day by doing content like this, by like just getting it out on Twitch right away, taking that into a YouTube video and making that a short. And why that works for me and why that works overall is because that's very low editing. That's very like just raw form. And I know it's not good enough, and I get that. And I know but like when we look at like TribeChief Network as a whole, and as like data collection and being comfortable with like, you know, having your data out there to some degree for like, you know, AI to use it, like, and I understand that it's like a weird thing for us to think about, but it's already happening. It's like already here. It's already like our data is in the AI as we speak right now. But like when we think about like our data and stuff, like getting it easy to like make content and get yourself out there, like if we can find a process that makes it very approachable for anyone to get into, then, and just like low effort for them, like all you have to do is keep focusing on what you're doing, and we will build the infrastructure around you. And that content, without any editing or any like flavor on top of it, can still average 1,000 views a day. That's showing that like there's already relevance for that data. Like the algorithm that's showing content is using that content 1,000 times every day to try to get someone to stay a little bit longer on its platform. So AI is already using our data and is already giving us some value for it. And what that value is currently is 1,000 views a day with a mismanaged content schedule that I think we can refine and optimize going into 2026. So ending 2025, Oh, that's what's going on. The number lock's not on. Content that is backlogged. This is because we missed the budget. The token's the first round of AI shorts. We are going to start a big drop, a steady drop, once database is ready. So look at that. We have our first ding 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 thing that we're waiting on. We have the thing we're waiting on. Woo! Red alert, red alert, red alert. Database is already got one thing it's waiting on. The beta base leads to the content. Let's write that down so we have that little mark. So we know our order of operations before we have to solve the equation. All right, so ending 2025, content that is backlogged. We are not posting regularly, but we do have more than one creator adding to backlog, which is great. And we have a blueprint and we have a plan on how we scale our viewership and our how many views we get per day. Cool. It's a pretty good place to be. Booyah. Booyah. So let's recap where we're at. 2025 reflection. You know, this is going to be our post on our forum here. We can get views. The PTO push proved a basic concept. We did not budget our resources in November 2025 properly, but we did prove that we can stream, edit, and this is even graceful here, chop into YouTube videos and throw that into AI shorts, and when out comes 1,000 views a day. Great. Booyah. That's what this proves right here. Watch time 104 hours. The reason we dropped is because we stopped making content. We were staying afloat right here. We were staying afloat right here because we were still posting. See, because these posts back here are just giant. These aren't shorts that we were pumping. We put no ad money behind any of this, by the way. But even these are just us going live. These aren't even like shorts. This is when these 6, 9, 8. These is when we were really posted. Like this is when we were posting our shorts right up here. So this model is proven correct. All right, ending in 2025, content that is backlogged. The ones that really come to mind are the Milo feature, GG appearances, there's probably like 1 or 2 reacts, but we'll probably no, I have some the Claude AI combo that's good. I mean, that'll just get views. I mean, I'm talking about how I have a conversation with AI in that one, and that was pretty good. That was a fun one. I was feeling artsy that day. So we have some content that's backlogged. Missing budget, the token, the first round of AI, missed budgeting of the tokens. We're going to start steady once the database is ready. We are not posting regularly as of right now. And more than one creator is adding to our backlog. A blueprint, the database scheme, is how we scale. So we already have a plan on how to scale our views per day before we even enter into 26 by building the database and how that database will operate. So what's our standard? So like, what do we need to get to as a tribe? So I'm thinking really, right, as a standard for Tribe Vibe Network when it comes to this creation model, right? We need at least a plan, outline, theme, vibe of every stream. Right, I think we can all do better. Me and Gigi can definitely do better at that. Like I think, and that's just us getting better as Twitch streamers, us being online, us understanding what it means to be prepared and how we can execute on that preparedness with you guys. So how would I say that as a tribe standard? Needs a manifested vibe, an outline, theme, topic, a plan. Based on that vibe, we need an editor to come in and make, what would it be, make efficient 20 to 45 minute videos. Trying to capitalize numbers. All right, so let's look at this from top to bottom. So the 2025 reflection, we can get views. November's PTO push proved a basic concept. We did not budget our resources properly. Fuck me. We did not budget our resources in November 2025 properly, but we did prove that we could stream, chop those into basic, I'm going to call them crude videos. Feed that into AI shorts and you get 1,000 views a day. Ending in 2025, where we currently are, content that is backlogged, Milo feature, GG's appearances, and my Claude AI convo. Misbudgeting the tokens of first round of AI shorts is the reason for the backlog, and we're going to start steady once the database is ready. We are not posting regularly currently. More than one creator is adding to our backlog. A blueprint database scheme is how we scale. Well, we have a blueprint. That's what this is say. A blueprint of the database scheme for how to scale. Tribe standard, where we need to be. As a tribe, we need to be more consistent, invested, and prepared. Every stream needs a manifested vibe, either an outline, theme, topic, a plan of some sort. Based on, and like the reason that this is, and the reason I was like still, like if you guys, someone might have been here at the very beginning of chat, or very beginning of the stream, but the reason I was like taking a minute, like before I prayed and stuff, is because like I was actually working on like my version of a script. Like I knew in my head what I wanted to do, but like my introduction prayer, the personal like health, working out, feeling good, like this is what I was talking about earlier in the stream to get going. And like, you know, we can even show in the agenda, then the stream, it's about a new year, and then the first year that TV is going to be in operations in 2026. Get that together. A lot of what we're going to do today, we're going to break things down on the forum and set the intentions and plans for the new year. We can get views. We have more than one creator database. See these things, and then like what we're going to watch after that is going to be a Papa Gut and a Caleb video. And we'll talk about that here in a minute. But like, you know, and I'm speaking for myself, but I think it applies to more of us. I need to be more prepared. We need to be more prepared. We need to have intention on our content. And the biggest reason for that is not like, hey, we need to make sure we're not like wasting anyone's time that is like willing to come view us and talk to us and do those sorts of things, and like spend time with us. But additionally, like that's what will clean up that will be what makes good content, because like we will be prepared, we will have an intention, we will have like a mission that we're trying to achieve, so we'll have a purpose instead of just sitting here and floundering around. We'll actually have something that we're trying to accomplish, and that vibe of like what we're trying to accomplish, that manifesting of a goal, will allow us to make better videos, because then when we edit them down into 20-45 minute videos, you'll cut out the time of me typing and working on something, but you'll have a 20 to 45 minute video of me manifesting energy and trying to get something done, which, you know, might turn out better than the streams if depending on like the vibe, the editor, the creator, you know what I mean? So we need to be better at manifesting these vibes, and like, you know, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to use the forum. I'm trying to break down like what I'm really trying to do is like take everything that we keep talking about, because it's so many different things, right, and put it into the forum and put it into words, so that like it's on paper. We can all look at it. We can all like make adjustments. And like we can all review it, we can break it down, and we can figure out how to put it together. You know what I'm saying? So like, just like a new year coming around and reflection being in the air, I just thought it's a good time to like, hey, let's use our forum, but you know, we've had some good conversations with some family members. Let's put things on paper where like someone who wants to come and jump in can see where we're at and what we're trying to do. And you know, if someone wants to come edit, we need an editor. Because if we have a better plan and stuff, someone will be like they'll be able to see what we're trying to do. They'll be able to intuitively know where to cut out the dead air and how to brand the content a little bit because they know the vibe. And then these efficient videos, when they get chopped down in AI shorts, they'll just be like they'll perform better because like they just have more purpose and intentionality and better human energy going into it. If you have better human energy going into it, I believe the content will. Because what is content? It's data. Like the data will do better. The data will do better if it has like purposeful energy going into it. So what are our next steps? Find a way to get help with the editing and the community. We need to find a way to pay people. Someone comfortable with a revenue split, because anyone that does any work on any of our videos would then own the video. So if you came in to this part and you chopped in here from this point on, you wouldn't see any revenue from the stream. But once you turn a crude video into a good video and you put some editing help onto something, you would be entitled to revenue splits from all of this. You know what I mean? Because how we trickle things down and how we split things. And again, we're going to get into the data economic side of things at some point tonight. So that seems pretty good. Cool. Cool. All right. So what's the next one? I guess we already copied that. We have a website. Woo. It's not the next one. Hold on. We wrote this down, didn't we? For this exact reason. Where's it at? Can I get rid of it? It's right here. The next one up is actually, we have more than one creator. Richard, Branchard, and Gigi have been steadily making going live on stream. That's what I'm trying to say. Going on, Tribe Vibe Network. We're just reflecting on the year, seeing what's going well, seeing what we need to work on, trying to set our intentions for 2026. Right now, what we're talking about is we have more than one creator. As if you follow the stream regularly, you will know that there's two people that show up on stream as of right now, and that's me, myself, Richard Maxwell, and Gigi. We have been going live on the stream very consistently since November. Have added Gigi. We have not added Gigi to the entire content pipeline, but we have both barely missed a stream. So we're ending 2025 currently. We have 2 creators of TribeChief Network live stream. We know how we want to handle adding creators as opposed to features. And we're going to have enough input to test data economic theory in quarter 1 of 2026. So a tribe creator, they own their own channel. But they are comfortable with us editing their content, reposting, really just editing their content and rebroadcasting it. Because the idea is that everything on the 24/7 TribeChief Network live stream, when we get to 24/7, because we have so many creators there, all of that will be free game to all of our editors. So like we took like when we did Milo and he was featured, if he was cool just being a TribeChief personality and creator, he can still post on his own channel, and he can tell us to kick rocks until like it is there for at least a month. Whatever he would like to do and make part of his terms, we can figure that part out. But whenever we could, if we could repost it and put it on TribeChief Network and like have like a TribeChief Network appearance or premiere, the reason Milo would be interested in that is because we cross-pollinate with all the other creators that are on the 24/7 live stream and what that grows out to be and turns into. But we will also, once that happens, he can be edited into like, if we're doing videos on like certain vibes and people are reacting, we're putting like a highlight reel to recap like 2026, and Milo like as a creator, we will edit videos that will feature that content that was on our live stream. Even if it was originally on his YouTube, once it goes on our live stream, our editors will package it into other TribeChief Network projects and videos that we create internally. And Milo will always receive his share of the views and engagement he drives by being a creator and having his content anywhere in our network. So we're still going to give him that 40% share content, and we're going to give that 5% goes to all communities, and that other 5% that comes from the creator goes directly to his community. We'll also find ways to invest in his community and help them support charities that he likes, or just help his community. Instead of having people to have to pay for push pins, maybe if he's like, hey bro, like how many push pins do you have left? We'll pay for the rest of the stock, and we'll just be able to ship it to random viewers as like a courtesy or as like a favor. We'll find different ways to like have that money to help the creators. But what's important is that we have creators, and we have the difference between what a creator is and what a feature, like a feature artist or featured creator is. Because someone who's featured is just something like me reacting to Milo. Milo would be a feature act of that. We're still going to put something aside into his account for that, but it's going to be a way lesser share because we're not actually. Because what it is my energy is using his video to make content for TribeChief Network, as opposed to my energy creating a video that goes straight to TribeChief Network. The person who's giving the energy and then giving to that live stream is the creator. Anyone else involved is a feature, an editor, like a back behind the scenes, anything like that, who will receive their own split of the shares. Within the data economics that we're building. That's what the database is like there to figure out and to find the distribution proper channels of distributions, the numbers, and that's why everything has to be transparent so everyone can see it. Because it's gonna, once we put all these pieces together, and by like the end of quarter 2 of 2026, the goal is that everything I'm saying right now we can see and like judge how it's performing. You start to like, instead of like manifesting the whole entirety of it, like how do we optimize, how do we make it efficient, how do we make it better, instead of just like the creation part. So ending 2025, we have 2 creators for TribeChief Network live stream. We know what we want to handle, adding creators as opposed to features. Tribe creators, they own their own channel, but they are comfortable with us editing their content and rebroadcasting, and then whoa. I'll reword that a little bit here. So what this really means with the feature creator and having 2 tribe creators, we're going to have enough input to really test the data economic theory in quarter 1 of 2026. Again, using that database and using that content push. And it's gonna be basic, adding like 1,000 creators is obviously gonna be a different type of stress test, but we at least test like how we're storing the information, how we're able to pull information. Alright, and then what's our standard? Queries want to come. We want to find ways to be transparent. Transparent. Honest. No, transparent and beneficial to both creators and their communities. Okay, so let's review this. 2025 reflection. We have more than one creator. Richard and Gigi have been going live on the stream constantly since November of 2025. Have not added Gigi to the entire content pipeline, but both have barely missed a stream. Ending in 25, we have 2 creators on TribeChief Network live stream. We know how we want to handle adding creators as opposed to features. Tribe creators, they own their own channel, but they are comfortable with us rebroadcasting their videos with our square logo on live stream, feed into our content, and then they're okay with us feeding it into our content pipeline, where a featured creator is just a creator who we react on live stream. Creator of a video we react to on live stream, then into our pipeline, into the pipeline. Going to have enough input to test data economic theory in Q1 of 2026. Database will have enough stress tests, the storing and pulling of records. Ooh. And then Tribe Standard, we need to be able to place creator. We need to be a place creators want to come. We want to find ways to be transparent and beneficial to both creators and their communities. Simple to join, transparent on impact, helpful to establish creators. Help them reach a new audience through cross-pollination, a partner for them on how to benefit their communities. For new creators, content is in the same pipeline as bigger creators, built-in editors and production help and know-how, environment of growth and boldness, channel embedded on tvn.com. Wait, hold on. Next steps, drops content stream, drop content pipeline, I guess is the word I want. January 17th, find more creators who want to join, create more styles of content, especially like Tribe Vibe, Tribe Nights, and all the content that encompasses, but even like improv and like musical stuff, like even adding stuff like that to what we have going on. And then we need to prove the data transparency by showing people the numbers. Definitely have more. Oh, I definitely have more. Way more. It's gonna be a long night, guys. A long night. We have a website. That's not where I'm at, is it? Dang it. Oh, what did I write down? Let's talk about the database. Gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Give me about 10 minutes. And we're back, baby. We are back. Shout out. Wild. I may have just gone to eat real quick. Say hi to my beautiful wife. Shout out to her and all the many blessings she brings me. All right, we have a website. That's what we're working on. Let's see here. So we have a website. Let's see the website. Tribe Vibe Network. A tribe of purposeful individuals coming together on a common vibration, networking together to create better business practices so the next generation will be better than we possibly imagine. Join the movement. We understand it's not sustainable. We are willing to make a way towards a better economic system. We are looking for... We're okay with not being rich if it means more people have what they need. We are not concerned with eating the fruits of our labor. We are consumed with the seeds we are planting. We do all this while just being ourselves, being human, trying to be a little better every day, and just living our best life. Whether we like sports or cooking or crafts, games, toys, politics, farming, whatever it may be, we want to know our energy goes to fueling a better future and paving an alternative to extractive capitalism. Shout out. We want the next generation to have better options than the ones that were given to us. And then what is data economics? Everyone is providing value to the economy through common everyday interactions. These interactions are captured as data points, then turned into business intelligence or artificial intelligence. Currently, the only beneficiary of the value are the capital owners of the large businesses that capture this data. This is bringing society to a halt when it could be preparing us for the future. The economy is not about the generation of money, but the spending of energy. Data economics is a new way to track that energy that's being generated and used, and a new way to bring value to that energy. When data creates value, whether it be through advertisement or a 10-year study, those who provide this data should benefit from the value. It's not about winning the lottery, it's about constantly making dimes. The vibe check, having good character, more concerned with getting better than being perfect. You're friendly and earnest and truly wanting the world to be a better place for the many, not the few. Morals over money, character over clout, effort over excuses, progress over perfection, community over competition. The vision. TribeChief Network is building a digital studio with two main functions. The content, in-house production, content partnerships with individuals and local businesses, giving good people the ability to have a digital brand and share their story. Software, building tools for data sovereignty, starting with websites for small businesses, growing towards a platform where individuals own and profit from their own data. Social democratic business, more concerned with the well-being of the labor force than the shareholders, people before the profit. So I think overall this website does a pretty good job of showing what we're about, getting us to the community. Forum page shows where we can be found at, where we can be emailed, and whatnot. This takes us to the forum page which we're on. This is the live page where we should see ourselves. Wait, what? Oh, here it is. Woo! There we are on the website. That's crazy. That's crazy. See, then we also have what we want the website to be in the future. Oh, it's not right. It's not right either. That's not right. Wow. Not the right one. I just lost the wrong one, guys. This is the new one. But there's one more thing, the support page. We gotta give shine to the support page because we built it. Support the mission. Building ethical data infrastructure takes resources. When you support TribeChief Network, you're investing in the future where people own their data and profit from their contributions. What you're supporting. This is a long-term mission, 10 to 15 years to build what big tech won't. We're starting with client services and content, using that revenue to fund the vibe economy, and ultimately creating a universal labor marketplace where your contribution always has value. Every dollar you contribute goes towards TribeChief Network Studios, authentication systems, website development, infrastructure, and team building. 35% goes to the content creators and community contributors, and then 10% goes to community engagers. We're not asking you to believe in a dream. We're asking you to invest in a team that's building it live in public with full transparency. I could probably clean that up just to keep it a hundo. Keeping it a hundo P. This whole thing probably has to be fixed too. I mean, this is pretty accurate. Tool pool system where everyone benefits and the education integration community. But I bet you this executive summary needs a big update. Here's our Cash App and Venmo if anyone ever wants to. Let's see if anyone ever sent some cash our way. Is there anyone on Venmo out there? My phone's probably dead. Yep, my phone dead. We'll never know. I don't think so though. We'll build a monthly supporting system. I don't really want to ever ask you guys for money, so like this is just for anyone who wants to contribute to make it happen sooner and sees the mission. We'll definitely reward you with a creator account, which like whatever you donate will go back to 40%, 35% will go back to you, and you get to decide what you'd want us to actually work on or do with that money. These are the real ways I care about helping. Share the stream, join the forum, hire us, need a website. And do you have like any skills? Do you see yourself like helping with the designing, writing? We're building a team. And you know, if you like build an avatar for, you know, TribeChief or Gigi, then like that, every time that avatar is like featured, we would love to be able to like keep track of that so that we can keep you in the creator contribution pool as well. So yeah, so that's where the website currently is. And this is what we have planned. These channels, where you come to Tribe Channels and you click on like TribeChief and you can go to his Twitch account. I don't know if is this accurate? Yeah, so this isn't like the one I'm currently streaming on, but this is my TribeChief channel that, you know, once we get this on the road, we will be streaming on this more often. But these cards will also be able to track when we do our data polls and we see like how much contribution each creator has provided. We'll be having you up on here. You know what I'm saying? Like you'll be able to see how much engagement TribeChief generated, how many videos, how many shorts, how many views, how many comments, those types of things. And they'll be coming directly from our own database that we operate and control. Same with like Gigi and Joyful Jesse on respectively. And that file's not even. But these Tribe. Oops, is this the right? I do want our channels to be a little bit more expanded into why. What's going on? What's going on? Where these channels, I mean, these cards really should be in the Tribe Warrior spot. And then, is that what I keep doing? I keep clicking out of everything. But these channels should be a Tribe Warrior, and then this channel page should be a link to multiple embedded files so that you can click and go to like what I'm saying is like how this channel, this Twitch channel needs to be a channel on the website, so that's not just not Tribe Live. You could also see Chief Live and Come to Mind all on my website is what I'm trying to say. Cool. So let's go back to what I'm writing. I'm working on here. Digital space that allows the tribe. It's to be or not to be known, for them to be intentional. You know, I can't spell, and for them to be heard. Ending 2025, we have a fully operational website that explains who we are, what we are trying to achieve, and how one could get involved. We have an update that is currently being worked on, but will need fully operational database and pipeline to launch the next phase. So what the standard is what we're trying to build to is a website that a member can find their favorite tribe warriors, be part of conversations regarding the building, regarding how we are all contributing. Wait, hold on. Be part of conversations regarding tribe network affairs. I hear it. All right. So the tribe standard for the website, a website that a tribe member can find their favorite tribe warriors, be part of conversation regarding tribe life network affairs, and where their engagement is valued more. All right, so let's see for this reflection. We have a website, a digital space that allows the tribe to be known, to be intentional, and to be heard. We have a fully operational website that explains who we are, what we are trying to do, what we are trying to achieve, and how we can, one could get involved. We have an update that is currently being worked on, but we need a fully operational database and pipeline to launch the next phase. Tribe Standard, a website that a tribe member can find their favorite tribe warriors, be part of the conversation regarding Tribe Live Network affairs, and where their engagement is valued more. Created an embodied live channel for all warriors. Be a website that can entertain, engage, and create value for the tribe. Be a place creators and their communities want to spend their time and build their vibes. Publish an update by January 17th. Connect to a database and the Python pipeline. Booyah. I know we have more to do, but I think I'm going to take a little break from this. I think we're going to do a little React stuff. We're going to get into we're going to change the vibe a tad bit. Just for a little minute. Guys, I'm out of water. I guess that will build up. So let's update this real quick. We're gonna switch it up a tad. Okay, let's review what we did real quick. So we made 3 new posts. We proved the content strategy can work. In November of this year, in 28 days, we had 28,000 views. This proves that our from stream to chopped into YouTube crude videos into AI shorts works. Right now, currently, we have a backlog with the Milo feature from the stream, the GG appearance, and the Cloud AI combo. We need to be better at budgeting our AI short tokens, and we need to get the database ready so that we can launch a new content pushing, really just open up the stream, and hopefully all year, starting on the 17th, we can just have content running all year. Hopefully we're aiming for like 3 videos a day, every day from the 17th to the end of next year. And then we talked about how we have more creators, me, TribeChief, and Gigi. And then we talked about how we have our website. And there's more of these I want to do, and I might write a couple more throughout the before the year's over. I have a couple more I might want to write. But I'm going to switch up the we're going to do a vibe check. So I've been watching some Papa Gut. And I know who this Caleb guy is, who does those like financial reviews. And like, I've seen both of their shorts, but I've never really sat down and watched either one of their long form content. And I saw that they had a conversation recently. So I think what I'm going to do is I want to watch this Papa Gut Caleb video, and I want to kind of just review both of their energies and see how I feel about them. You know, obviously one video is not going to like make or break either one of these guys. I think they both do some interesting things. I think they try to do their best. Like, I think they live up to the mission. I'm a little bit more skeptical of Caleb, but I've also seen more of his clips than I've seen Papa. It probably honestly is what it is they both probably have their moments of both doing good and bad because they're human beings, and human beings are mixed of some mistakes and some successes. So I'm sure at the end of the day that's the real answer, but we're gonna go ahead and look into it and just see what they're talking about and see how this conversation went, because I'm just interested in both these guys as creators, and I'm just interested in how this conversation went, because we're all 3 burly men having I'm watching them have a conversation, but we're all making content online, so let's check it out.
Very different responses to the death of people who people have some disagreements with. Basically, the idea is like, hey, Rob Reiner died. This is awful news. I'm assuming that this is the fallout of Charlie Kirk's death. Definitely crazy. This is Donald Trump's response. Rob Reiner has passed away, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump-Derangement syndrome. So basically what he's saying is Rob Reiner deserved to be killed. This is the person who sets the temperature for political violence in the United States. This is the problem. And then it's like, this is not the way. What the fuck are you doing here? From Caleb, what are you doing here? This is normal for Donald Trump. He is a fucking freak. And so far as I scroll through here, the tremendous amount of this is a lot of anti-SJW. I think I'm sold on getting a nose ring purely so creepy men will leave me the fuck alone. And then Caleb highlights her features saying like, hey, look, you're too ugly for guys to want to I love you. You're 30. We're beyond going on Twitter and
that's crazy. That's crazy behavior. That's crazy behavior. That is crazy behavior right off rip from Caleb.
That's the point that I'm trying to make. Apparently Caleb Hammer responded to Papa God.
Let's see what this is about. I know we're like getting real meta in here watching a dude react to a dude. But I'm curious. I'm curious on this guy's vibe.
Listen, we're going to talk about this Rob Reiner thing. And I want to talk about Caleb. And I want to talk about, how I feel like he's been as anti-SJW.
So, we all know the vibe, right? We all know the vibe check. When we're doing these vibe checks and we're watching these guys' content, we're seeing if do they care more about morals or making money? Do they care about having good character and conviction over chasing clout? Are they putting in effort or making up excuses for their situations? Are they they trying to progress every day, or are they chasing perfection? And at the end of the day, do they care more about their community, or do they care about being number one in the competition of the ego of today's world, right? So these are the things that we're checking out, that we're vibe checking. We're vibe checking both Papa Gut and a little bit of Caleb. Probably not gonna get. I don't know if this is a conversation with Caleb we can do to make that happen, but this is him just looking at. I mean, obviously you can't. It's just too many layers of perspective to give somebody a vibe check.
As I was when I first started doing TikTok, I keep seeing it and it's triggering the fuck out of me because I like Caleb a lot, and I know he's not some weird right-wing freak, but he seems to be curing an audience of right-wing freaks with the way that he's putting himself out there, and I think I see that, and I'd rather say something now. That's But let's kind of start here.
I know nothing about Papa Gut. He just started popping up on my stuff, and sometimes it sounds really interesting.
With some great hits like the DoorDash girl just went to court, or it's time to boycott.
Sometimes, like, you know, I don't know if he's just someone who like rolls around the slop, or if he's trying to, like, I don't know what he's like trying to achieve.
Talking about the Boy Scouts, there you go.
I just haven't watched it. This is my first time watching anything long from Fizz.
Take a look if you
Long form content.
shorter form content. I saw this post. I try not to go on Twitter too much, but I follow Caleb. He's one of the first people I see when I go on Twitter. So when I see it, I go, oh, fuck. So I saw this. Very different responses to the death of people who have who people have some disagreements with. And we got right here, this is Rob Reiner. He was killed, I believe, by his son. I guess this is...
That's a crazy story. That's so sad.
So police say Reiner's son is responsible, I don't know why it's in quotes, for their deaths. Here's the latest of what we know. We learned new details after highway. Okay, the latest of what we know. I don't know. You know what? I'm not going to get too much into the specifics of it because it's so like right now. I don't really feel like getting into the specifics of like the breaking news shit. Him and his wife is dead. They are dead. They were possibly killed by the son. I don't want to get too much into the specifics when we know now. I hate breaking news content. This one is a suspect. Yeah, I don't want to get into this.
Green flag on not following breaking news. Breaking news isn't always really breaking. And sometimes that's like a good sign that someone's just trying to chase clout. When you're trying to be first on scene with something and you care about being more first on scene than like going through your process and going through like your own vetting models, that's a good sign that someone's clout over character. Those that are first on scene need to be first on scene with news and stuff, but like throughout their own process. Like their process is a shortened process on how they're verifying their information and getting it out. It can't be like you're just scrambling and moving as quickly as possible to the front of the line. If you're not like going through your proper process on like vetting a news story, then like you don't deserve to be first, and that's okay. That's okay because like especially stories like this where there's like a lot of like, you know, opinionated variables happening. You know, like people are just going to want to talk about this. This is like not, you know, it's just son committing murder on his parents, bro. That's like we like as humans, I think that's hard to fathom when you're in a stable point of mind. So like, you know, making sure that you're not just following breaking news to try to like, especially just if you're having an opinion about it. Like that's definitely a green flag so far for Mr. Papa Gut.
And basically the idea is like, hey, Rob Reiner died. Some kind of tragedy. And we have some comments here that just say like, hey, I disagree with him so much, but it's his awful news. I will never celebrate the death of a political foe. And then Caleb has highlighted, I'm assuming that this is the fallout of Charlie Kirk's death from nurse boobies. Trump next. Definitely crazy. But yeah, do Matt Walsh next. A bunch of terrible stuff, which I think is obviously...
Yeah, it's crazy.
Disgusting. I do want to say one thing.
You don't need to wish on anyone.
Let's be real. There's a difference between Rob Reiner, the Hollywood guy, and Charlie Kirk, the guy whose entire content strategy was to try to rage bait kids on college campuses.
Right.
Charlie Kirk doesn't deserve to be assassinated, and I think that a lot of the stuff on social media was disgusting. But like Charlie Kirk is in the political sphere and has said some pretty disgusting shit. He's talked about how MLK, which I think is one of the greatest Americans.
Amen. Green flag.
Said we shouldn't have
green flag. Papa Gut so far is passing the vibe check.
Like at 12, he would make her carry the baby. I'm at a point now where I'm done with like the pro life. That's child abuse, and if you disagree, you have religious psychosis because that is like actually, your child could die from giving birth to a child, and it is torture to force them to carry that baby. Charlie Kirk, who famously mocked
Amen.
Nancy Pelosi's husband for being beaten with a hammer, said that it would take a patriot should go and bail the guy out who did it, and then push the conspiracy theory that it was actually Nancy Pelosi's lover or Nancy Pelosi's husband's lover, and like a bunch of other conspiracy theories. Right? Very bad person. Charlie Kirk is not a good person.
Yeah.
The only point that I'm trying to make here,
and like, you know, because, you know, fairness, right? I'm not gonna. This isn't like against Papa Gut. Maybe the dude of Charlie Kirk, the guy who like you would run into at the grocery store, or like the guy that, you know, was like shoveling like, you know, snow off his driveway, if he was still like salt of the earth enough to do that. Maybe that character that Erica knew, you know, give or take, he might not have been an evil guy, but his presence and impact and vibe on community was very dangerous and is very dangerous. Like the rhetoric he was spreading like the impact he was leaving behind is one that is very dangerous, and like I think we've seen shakings of that. Like, I mean, he was like holding together a fascist community, right? I mean, isn't that kind of what we're saying?
Is that like this is two different people? Charlie Kirk received the energy online that he put out into the atmosphere. Rob
Karma.
is receiving
Karma.
the same energy he put online. Like he's receiving the same energy he put out into the atmosphere. That's it.
Yep.
I don't know what else to tell you. These are two very different people. I still think that this rhetoric is gross, but these are two very different people.
Agreed.
And so, like, to me, when I see a post like this from Caleb, I see a lot of I see too much, in my opinion, weird right-wing fluff piece shit. That's what this is to me. The comparison.
My early read on Caleb is like, you know, because like as he's saying, like he's not like some right-wing, crazy hard right guy, but Caleb is a finance bro. And being conservative with money and seeing the world in terms of dollars makes it so that you become like less empathetic. Here, give me 1 second, guys. My bad, friends. I went to the bathroom one more time and had to put the wife to bed. So let's get back to this. We're watching Papa Gut. So far, we are agreeing with him. But I was talking about Caleb. So we are doing a vibe check on Papa Gut, and Caleb, the finance guy on TikTok, not TikTok, but he's on TikTok. He makes like these videos. It's this guy right here. I don't know, it's a little picture, but his name's Caleb. He does like financial content online. And so far, Papa Gut's like saying like he knows he's not a far right or weirdo, but like you have these like tendencies in the community you're putting together. It seems to like have like far right tendencies, and he's kind of like, you know, warning, trying to be a canary in the coal mine type of situation. And my opinion on like Caleb, on like why he probably has some, like, might be like a leftist dude, but have like some right tendencies, because he is such a finance bro. I think having perspective and like training your mind to think in terms of finance all day, every day, I think makes like empathy and like like you just start seeing everything in such like a number type logical mind that you start leaning towards a conservative mindset, and you start like, you know, drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit. You start like, you know, it's like it's the original pipeline into conservatism. You know what I mean? Like that's why Scrooge was a banker in all those Christmas movies, right? Or a banker, or like a financier, right? Isn't that what he was in the Christmas Carol story? You know what I mean? Like the first like pipeline to conservatism was being a finance bro. So like I think he just drinks a little of that Kool-Aid, and you see that like finance mindset and locker room come to life a little bit in terms of, I could be wrong, this isn't really read of what we're seeing so far, in my opinion.
Here is like, in my opinion, and I'm just gonna be a little bit raw about it, is intellectually dishonest. I don't think Caleb's being dishonest. I think Caleb's being psyoped by fucking Twitter. I think we should get the fuck off Twitter. Twitter is actual brain rot, and it outrage marks you, and it psyops you into having insane opinions regardless of the side of the aisle.
Just not realizing you couldn't see Papa Gut, I'm sorry.
So yeah, two very different cases just on their face. And I love Caleb. He's like, well, he is unironically my best content creator friend.
Oh, really?
I like Caleb a lot. And like,
that's dope.
Caleb's not some right-wing freak, but when I see all this Twitter shit, it's like right-wing freak shit. Honestly. So it just frustrates me. Because
that's cool to have Caleb friends.
Caleb's going to say stuff on the internet, get a bunch of dumbass fucking right-wingers, and then he's going to get audience captured by right-wingers. So obviously the most logical follow-up, though, is that like these are Trump's words. And Donald Trump is also somebody who has been escalating political violence in a really dangerous way. He's the president of the United States. Realistically speaking, Donald Trump is escalating political violence consistently more than anybody else. He's the president. He's the most popular. He's the most powerful man in the entire world. Most influential man in the entire world. He has no interest in lowering the temperature. He didn't talk about Melissa Hortman being assassinated by Republicans in her own house. You know, it's just very much a victim complex. Well, he pushes this idea that there's...
Which is why we have to care about morals and character inside of the Oval Office. And that's why, like, the Founding Fathers and onwards, the Greatest Generation, they knew the people you voted for had to have great morals and character. What did we do as a generation? We sold that. And I'm not even just talking about Donald Trump. We ran Hillary Clinton, and Kamala Harris pulled up Dick Cheney. Like, the character and morals have been down, and that's like where like the fix needs to start. Because if you get someone in there with morals and ethics and character, you'll have somebody that can say no to money, and like maybe can stop some of this lobbyist bullshit that's really destroying our country.
Like disproportionate violence coming from the left.
That's what you need if you have good character. If you have terrible character, you're just going to keep radicalizing at a greater and greater speed. You're just accelerating at the speed of light to straight fascism radicalization on the right and like desperation on the left. And which, again, when we did our history streams, we saw that's exactly what led to World War I and World War II. Like that's what led to Vietnam, is this de-radicalization or this increased radicalization by straining the middle class and the working class and making life harder and harder on them until they get hopeless, and the only expression and the only way they think anything can get better is by jumping to radical ideas. That jump doesn't have to be a jump when the president's literally pushing you into it.
I have absolutely no problem with having a conversation about the political violence of COVID. The statistics said that conservatives are more violent. I think there's a better conversation to have about COVID and everything going on during like the BLM riots. But Trump is the #1 pusher of political violence, and he capitalizes on it over and over and over again. And that's why we have this atmosphere. Biden didn't do that. Obama didn't do that.
Amen.
George Bush didn't do that.
Amen.
He didn't do that. I think that Donald Trump is like one of the first,
Yep.
at least in modern history, presidents that like constantly escalate political violence.
Yep.
And then when he's asked
Maybe
how
ever.
he feels about Charlie Kirk dying, he just
I can't think of a non-modern president that's known for like literally tearing down the people's house. The White House was known as the people's house because our taxpayer not only paid to build the house, but our representative, our leader, was in that house. Our servant, our number one servant, the guy who was supposed to come to our beck and call, the guy who was supposed to stand up for the little guy, stand up for injustice, was supposed to live in that house and protect the people and be the gateway between like entities of foreign and domestic and foreign and domestic, and stand up for us against them. And in the people's house, he literally tore it down and is building an evil lair, essentially a gold-plated ballroom for all the rich pedophiles to come and hang out and be surrounded by gold and amazement.
You know, and I've seen some edgy thumbnails too, and I've talked to Caleb about those privately a little bit. You know, so you know, there's a lot going on, man. But then this is Trump's perspective, and I know Caleb responds to it. I'm going to show you in a sec. Don't worry. We're going to scroll through Caleb's page a little bit, and I'm just going to give you like my raw, feelings on some stuff.
It's cool to have the friends.
But like, there's somebody I follow too. I'm not Lily's friend. He's cool. We're mutuals, but Caleb again, best friend. He does highlight this. I'm sure Caleb didn't see this, but this is Donald Trump's response. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife, Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump during.
Dude, that's Trump inserting himself into a tragic event and saying that essentially he is the reason it happened. Like, I am so all-powerful that this man who opposed me had went so crazy and mad that his karma and that his, evil energy, that because he doesn't like me, he put out this madness, and that madness came and struck him down. Bro, that is crazy ego. Crazy ego. This is internal family problems. Like, I'm pretty sure when you dig into it, like, that's what you start to find, right? We don't have to go all the way into it, but like just on the surface, that's what it seems like, right? And Trump is putting himself in the middle of a family dynamic and saying he's the reason. The reason he died and was murdered and his wife died and was murdered was because they didn't like me. That's wild work from the President of the United States.
So basically what he's saying is Rob Reiner deserves to be killed. That's just a fact. That is what this says.
Crazy
when he
work.
says that they have been killed together reportedly, I don't know who the fuck's reporting this, due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and uncurable affliction of TDS, he's saying that he deserves to be killed. So that's fucking crazy that a president of the United States is playing breaking news and deciding that Rob Reiner deserved to die because he didn't like Trump. That's what we're hearing here. This is fucking insane. This is asshole. This is why people felt so comfortable mocking Charlie Kirk's death. Was doing shit like this for him. He was on stage making jokes about Nancy Pelosi's husband getting beaten with a hammer. This guy's fucking insane. This is the person who sets the temperature for political violence in the United States. This guy. This is the problem.
Green flag so far from Papa Gut.
Is a problem. It's no longer like left versus right. It's not like less taxes versus more taxes, and we're not having normal conversations anymore. This is a fucking freak that is like a cultist who is desensitizing the entire nation. He just says wild shit. He just says Haitian people are coming here eating cats and dogs. He just makes it up. He just makes this shit up. He just says wild shit about immigrants. He dehumanizes every person. There are people here for like 10, 20 years. Yeah, they're here illegally. I understand.
He called a reporter a fucking pig. He doesn't pay his workers. He calls his own base an idiot. Or stupid people. It's just so true.
Illegally, but you probably shouldn't be here. That's what we used to say. Because we also know that the businesses are the ones hiring these illegal immigrants, both left and right. We know it's more,
Because there is no left and right. There's only a center, and that center is capitalism. That center is corporate greed. That center is board members. That center is the shareholder. The shareholder is the center because the right and the left are their hands, both working to put dildos in your booties. Our booties. My booty too.
Very willing to just completely dehumanize every group of person that he feels like he needs to attain a particular audience. He's a disgusting person. And this is the same guy who, like, we had a solid bill from Republicans that was bipartisan under Biden that would have put support at the border wall. That was ready to get voted.
Right, and then Trump said, no, my name's not on it. Don't vote for it.
Let that go, because it would have killed this election. It's his fault.
God, how selfish, man. How fucking selfish of a person.
This is the guy who, it's the end of the year, but at the beginning of the year, he literally said that it was Ukraine's fault for Russia attacking. He blames Ukraine for it. This guy's insane. This guy's insane. He incited an insurrection. Like, I know.
First time the Capitol's been breached in so long.
He's done some of the most heinous shit ever. So when we both sides, the literal like the farthest right we've been in a long time, and like what's the farthest left that we have that's public? We're still not even having meaningful conversations about single payer healthcare.
Exactly.
Which is a normal in every single other Western country. So like it's not right versus left.
It's right versus it's center beating its chest.
Audience of like Nick Fuentes supporters, which is why there's so much fracturing going on. That's it. Like that's it. There's a lot of comfortableness of saying some wild, outrageous shit. What Trump is saying here is that it was that this guy deserved to die. That's what he's saying. It was his fault for dying because he had Trump derangement syndrome.
That's crazy. He's literally putting himself in the middle of a family dynamic that led to like a tragic event.
You know.
So sad.
This fucking video. I want to really lay out my points here. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession with Donald J. Trump. Okay. With his obvious paranoia reaching new heights, the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of this, which is not even happening. What?
Excuse me.
What the fuck? And with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before, may Rob and Michelle rest in peace. So yeah, rest in peace after he basically said it was his fault for being killed. Here's the, I want to
Caleb said.
Response to being told that was gross.
Do you stand by that post?
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. He was.
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all. So no Republican can come out here and say anything about anyone saying about nothing about no Charlie Kirk. And I'm not even saying what the people who are saying shit about Charlie Kirk are right. I'm saying that your leader, your number one Republican, is saying this about someone's death. Someone who is no longer with us. This is what he is saying. I'm not a fan, so who gives a shit?
Why would speak like that?
He knew it was false. In fact, it's the exact opposite.
He knew what was false. What are we even referring to?
I was
We
He didn't like Trump?
a friend of Russia.
Exactly. He didn't like Trump.
Oh, he is a friend. He's controlled by Russia 1,000%. This is just, at this point, like, we're done having this conversation. I know people like to go like, oh, but the Mueller report is bullshit. 34 indictments. It was a fact that Donald Trump's son met with, like, Kremlin-linked lawyers trying to get opposition research. This was admitted. Okay, Donald Trump came in and ran massive conspiracy theories for Russia, saying that it was Ukraine's fault that the war started in the first place. We know that he's a Russian asset.
Trump couldn't get loans from banks in America because he had defaulted and gone bankrupt so many dang times. So he had to go to a Russian bank to get loans for some of his last projects before becoming a public figure. This man has been bought by the Russians, bro. Russian banks are owned by the oligarchy, a.k.a. the fucking mafia. The Bert Kreischer-style mafia. Bert Kreischer and Trump both work for the Russian mob.
There's also like he has tons of Russian money that link back to like the 1980s. There's like a ton of shit.
It's a long-standing relationship.
It's like, well, shut the fuck up. He's obviously a Russian asset. I'm sorry what to tell you. You know, just because what happened. This is what happened with the Russian shit. The like mainstream left-wing media was doing like breaking news every day that Trump was like the worst ever. And then when the report came out, it's like, yeah, you know what? There were a lot of links for Donald Trump, but they couldn't like absolutely prove everything. And so that made the fucking media look stupid. And everybody, instead of being like, oh, they were sensationalizing, but Trump is still a fucking problem, they were like, oh, since they were sensationalizing, it must all be fake. And now we're in conspiracy theories. It's like, yes, but he is in Russia's pocket. Nobody says that like that Ukraine starts the war unless they're in Russia's pocket.
Amen. If you need further proof than this, go look at Tim Pool. Ukraine is the worst enemy since Japan at World War II, or whatever the fuck he said. Whatever he said. And then find out who paid him. Hi, Mr. Tim. Were you and Mr. Trump, did you guys have the same account manager? Did you guys have the same Same account manager. Were you guys talking to the same fella? Getting your money and your payment from the same wire transactions, huh?
That's it. That's just a fact. There's nothing else that I can tell you.
You know, the Russia hoax, he was one of the people.
Red flags always so far for Papa Got.
Became like a deranged person, Trump derangement syndrome. So I was not a fan of Rob Reiner at all, in any way, shape, or form. I thought he was very bad for our country. Yeah.
Okay, great.
How is Rob Reiner bad for our country?
He's looking for the next person.
I thought about Rob Reiner once every other year.
Like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have been so.
I thought about the Roman Empire more than I thought about Rob Reiner. How is he so bad for the country? I want someone to come out here and tell me. Someone break it down what he just said and someone try to make it factual, please.
Sensitive. It was
Send me a link.
saying that he passed away, reportedly, of course, due to the anger he caused others through his TDS. That's crazy. So he justified it. He justified the guy getting killed. That's his response. And so that's the thing I have an issue with here more than anything else. And then, of course, we have, this is Adam Mockler saying this, but I do kind of want to, like, also scroll a little through. I don't know if I don't know if Caleb's still here, but I would have, like, a quick chat with him, or we could talk on whatever you want to talk on. I don't know.
Financial audit, Caleb Hammer.
It's whatever's up to you.
This guy, I don't think he's a Republican shithead. I do think financing and like being in that world makes you more Republican and right leaning. Nothing wrong about it, but I think it's just a fact. Makes you see the world that way.
So a lot of the takes that we have. Okay, so I'm just gonna go
It
through.
makes you see the world through like the bottom line. When you're a finance guy, you see the world the way like shareholders, stakeholders want you to see the world. You see it through like profit and loss. You see it through like revenue and expenses. You don't see it through like transferring of energy and like greater outcomes and like people being in a more stable like environment psychologically, spiritually, or like emotionally. Like you don't see all that holistic point of view. You just see the profit and loss. Which, like, again, economy is not profit and loss. Economy is not about the money in the ledger. It's about humanity and the energy that we're able to spend to like make the next generation better. Which, like, in some ways those overlap, but in other ways, like when you were just dialed into just one of them, you can get lost in the sauce and like think your thing is the only thing that matters. And that's just not how any of this works. The reason like God is so incomprehensible and the reason we can't see the world the way he sees it is because he can hold every perspective in a single thought. And we can only handle a single perspective. And we have a hard time seeing other people's perspectives. You know what I mean? That's a whole talent and skill. Trying to put yourself in someone else's shoes. That's like a skill that and like a muscle that needs to be worked out. Like God can hold everyone's perspectives at the same time and like think about them and like, you know, draw information off that. Like, you know, like that's what's so special about him. So like when you get so into your own perspective and you think that you are so right and you think this is so how the world moves and you stop looking at other perspectives and your philosophy and your attitude start shutting off any other perspectives, you start getting like, you know, that's like the root of conservatism is like getting into a bubble and hammering down into that bubble. And I think finance does that a lot because it's so well rewarded and it's so everywhere. You think you're so right because everything is corporatized and everything is financial because the only thing that we're exporting is financial services. Now, being a finance bro in America makes you think you are it. Like this is it. This is the only perspective that matters anywhere because it's the only one that's valued in the corporate setting.
Shit that I see him respond to is like almost
Thank you, Jesse.
left-wing weirdos. Like working a 9 to 5 means you're selling your body way more than no effort. Obviously, this person's an idiot, and it's probably and also I'm gonna just click on this and then
Clip it.
probably not have this on the screen. We know that this person probably does OnlyFans and they're rage baiting for money. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. So Caleb really, if anything, is helping her make money. But we get a response to an obviously unserious fucking post. I've never seen more desperate trope. That's fine though. I don't really care about that one. This is talking about how they did like what great with their guests. They always do generally great with their guests. I think that's great. This is the shit that's like so weird to me that Caleb is like reposting girls saying they're ugly. I don't really understand what this is. I mean, she did get him with this one. I don't really understand. I mean, Caleb pulled his post down, so I don't know the specifics. Oh, I know what it is. It's the nose ring thing. I might have to get one of these to repel all the most irritating males. And then he's like, look at her. I guess he's trying to indicate she's ugly. I don't understand. Why are you getting triggered?
You're so up your own butthole, you're trying to come at someone else's looks, man. What are we doing? He's exactly right. Like, how is this helping anybody? Why are we attacking people based off of their physical expression? You're supposed to judge people off their character, not their looks. Like, what they're providing to the table, what they're providing to the mission. I mean, like, looks fade, man. They're so, like, opinionated. One person's beauty is another person's treasure, or one person's trash is another person's treasure type things. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Like, what are we talking about, bro? There's nothing wrong with her either. She ain't smack. That's crazy. That's crazy work. Shooting above your weight, buddy.
Over girls wanting to repel gross guys unless you're a gross guy.
You are.
Like, I don't know what to tell you.
When the shoe fits, buddy.
That's when people are talking about the nose ring theory. It's a fucking nose ring. Nobody thinks a nose ring.
I don't know Caleb either. I don't know Caleb. I know we're watching him talk about this right now. For me, just so we all are clear, and I don't want no heat off Caleb or nothing because they're so like. I'm just saying it's a good stand-in for when the shoe fits and you want to come at. You're some dude trying to come at you're somebody trying to come at someone's looks, like how they present, having a sloppy shirt, cool stuff they can't control. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, that's just the lowest of blows. That's as rolling in the mud as we can be. As childish and small-brained as we can be.
Attractive. It's weird. Why comment on this? Why comment on this? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Again, this is anti-SJW shit. Like, it's fucking cringe. Then this is, and then it's like, this is not the way. What the fuck are you doing here? From Caleb, it's like, obviously he's seeing Trump being a fucking idiot about it. He's like, oh wait, that's fucked up. But even this, what are you doing here? This is normal for Donald Trump. He is a fucking freak. He dehumanized, like, they're literally indiscriminately bombing boats that might have drugs in them without due process. Like, we're America. We're not supposed to be killing people indiscriminately.
I mean, that's a good take, right?
Without due process. I don't understand why, and this isn't even out of, like, favor. Like, this.
Yeah, this is a good take, but, like, we should all know this is who Trump is. I mean, we don't need to be, like, on the fence anymore about Donald Trump. If you're on the fence about right now about Donald Trump, you're wrong. We need to be full-fledged running in the other direction. We need to be, like, you know, when, like, in the movies or TV shows or commercials nowadays where, like you know, bad things start to happen, everyone's running away, and there's a few brave souls running in to make sure everyone's all right and to, like, stop whatever chaotic thing's happening. Yeah, that's where we're at. Either you're running away to go save yourself, or you need to be running at the problem trying to find a solution and save as many lives as we can. There's no more on the fence. You're just, like, watching the world. Like, whoa, that's not the way. Bro, like, we've been here, bro. We're bombing, like you say, we're bombing boats. We're going to war with Nigeria. For what? We're selling out to China. We're giving them our only advantages in, like, the next big fields of technology. We're tearing down the White House to put up a golden ballroom. Pedophile file. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about? There's a line in the sand right now, man. And if you are not a pedophile, you need to be running in that direction to go save as many people as you can.
To me, this is like, oh wait, what the hell is this guy doing? What the fuck? This guy's doing what he's always been doing.
But he's a finance bro, and he thinks he's good for the stock market. And in his head, whatever's good for the stock market's good for the common man because their 401ks go up. The fuck gives about 401k if money doesn't mean anything anymore? If you need $1 trillion to retire instead of a couple million.
Acting like a fucking freak. Here's Caleb talking about his gas. This guy back on again. I should probably take a look at that. This is another clip for his thing. God bless.
His content ain't terrible. I haven't seen the whole thing. It's short. So there's some real good financial advice. See, the other thing about, like, what he's got going on, some of the advice that Caleb be giving, I heard it out. I used to do a little financial advising back in the day. It's accurate. Like, he's not, like, selling bullshit. He's not selling, like, snake oil and whatnot. What he's saying does, like, affect, and, like, the emotion and, like, him getting overheated is the urgency and is trying to convey, like, how important some of what he's talking about is. Like, I have seen that from his shorts, and I'm not trying to just shit on the guy. He's just, these topics are coming up that are just so, like, what are we talking about here?
Okay, I don't even know what the fucking context of this is. Right, this is it. What a shit response. The death of political foe is not something to meme on or celebrate. Okay, just to be clear, it's not just a memeing on or celebrating. This is him justifying it. So
Justifying, yes. No, justifying and putting him at the center of a family tragic event. A family had a tragic event, and Donald Trump inserted himself into the dynamic and made himself the centerpiece of why potentially a son murdered his parents. That's the level of ego and like the level of FOMO the President of the United States currently has.
What else do you think he was going to say? Not sure which way you lean, but the fact that you're surprised at this gives me an indication. This person is 100% correct, by the way. This is not really that surprising for Donald Trump. He is constantly escalating political violence. He's a fucking insane freak. And Caleb goes, oh, what? Am I a leftist?
So wait, hold on. Someone posted to Caleb after he said this and said, what else did you think he was going to say? Not sure which way you lean, but the fact you're surprised gives me an indication. Laugh my ass off. And then he said, oh, wait.
No, this person was saying that you are right-leaning.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
The internet needs to shut down. You'll have lost objectivity. You can't decide if I'm far right or far left, and neither of those are just, I absolutely don't like that word. Caleb, I love you. If anybody's here, it would be the one that's not doesn't understand what this person is saying. I don't like that word, but like this person is calling you a right winger. What else?
When the shoe fits, my friends. When the shoe fits, when we are dumb enough to be a right winger, you just got to put it on sometimes. And listen, you ain't got to keep it on. You can take it off. But you guys stepped in this one, buddy.
You think he was going to say, not sure which way you lean, but the fact that you're surprised at this gives me an indication. This person is explicitly saying that you are a right wing because you're like surprised that Donald Trump is dog shit. And then you're like, oh, I'm calling left wing? No, he's not calling you left wing. I'm sorry, but like he's not. Like, you misunderstood what this person is saying. We just read this response here.
And it's crazy because I like when I was a financial advisor, there were definitely some good people that I worked with. But there's also some people that really seemed good and had good in their heart, but at the end of the day, they really only cared about making money. It really does put profit and loss above everything else. Before empathy, before well-being, before because you got to worry about your own neck. Especially if it's in commissions, man. Commissions just makes it a dog-eat-dog world, and that world just doesn't leave enough dogs.
This is Caleb saying, hey, this was a bad response. This is a very bad response. Okay. Let's just see. I don't even know what the fuck this is. Troy Sivan speaks out about the school shooting at Bondi Beach in Sydney. My heart is broken thinking tonight of the victims and their families. Right, I saw that there was like a father and son. Apparently, this is my understanding. They were trying to kill Jewish people there. That was my understanding of it. Thinking tonight of the victims and their families, Bondi and wider Sydney communities, and every Jewish person in this country. I see that was the case. My wife saw that on the news while we were getting our teeth. I guess we have a response. All these guys stinks. I guess because this guy's saying Jews are okay people, which do be true. A lot of people saying anti-Jewish sentiment. This is just anti-white sentiment, which at least they're calling Jewish people white because far-right people don't think Jews are white. And this person's getting canceled. Okay, so then Caleb's like, so after many years of far-left extremism, calling everyone a Nazi, who's even slightly right of Castro, they're now revealing they in fact are literal Nazis. Got it. Maybe. Also, again, we have a lot. Again, these people are bad. Constantly highlighting, people on the left doing crazy shit, not saying anything about people on the right. And I'm not saying that you should. I'm just saying you have to notice what your algorithm is feeding you. Your algorithm is feeding you shit, and then you're reading the comments. Like you explicitly went on here for whatever reason.
No, for sure, because it's easy for me to shit on some right wingers. Every now and that's why I try to check out Papa Gut. This is why we're here doing this vibe check low key, because he was saying a lot of stuff I agreed with, but I wasn't sure if my algorithm was just feeding me another voice in an echo chamber, or if he had real character and convention. So far, he's doing a good job. But you do have to be mindful, because when your algorithm is showing you something, if you really don't like the people on the right or the left, and they keep showing you people to dunk on, or examples of the left getting dunked on or the right getting dunked on, then you got to step back and make sure that you want to dunk on these people, because whether it's just one representation, but your algorithm has noticed a pattern about you in a way of thinking that you are subconsciously okay with, and you have the permission structure to say, yes, I agree with dunking on these types of people or whatnot. And because at the end of the day, you don't have to do any of this. You can just worry about how you want to achieve the mission and worry about your own work. You don't need to worry about this stuff on the internet. For example, Caleb can just keep worrying about his own YouTube channel. He doesn't need to be on here talking crap on Twitter. What does that have to do about anything? That's just like some extra side noise. You know, the reason I'm here looking at Papa Gut is because I'm interested to see if he's worth, like, you know, working with. You know, he, like that. I'm doing a vibe check, checking out his content, seeing what he's about, seeing his character, trying to get a little read on the guy because I like what he's saying and I'm interested in like my version of the mission potentially featuring some of his content. So that's why we're here doing this, right? If you were like just like getting angry or like keep talking or wanting to dunk or see these things or see these reacts about a certain community or someone you don't like, then like you need to like make sure you reflect and see like what that's about. Not to necessarily, you don't necessarily have to change, you know, like you don't have to agree with the right wing. That's not what I'm saying. But you need to reflect so that you can start putting up some like barriers so it's not so easy to get your engagement and to get you so sucked down a pipeline where you start getting your feelings and emotions tied to things. Because that's when you react, when you feel something so strongly, you put the energy into reacting in a comment or in a tweet or whatnot. So you just need to reflect and understand that about yourself so that you can have your own personal boundaries and regulations when working with social media or being on social media. Because social media, it's a demon, bro. It's a demon. Like, it's trying to find a way into your psyche. It's trying to find a way into like manipulating you. Like, be sure for the better or worse, it's trying to manipulate you.
Read this and then started scrolling through comments, and then like look at my comments. A heartbreaking situation, senseless tragedy. It's important to unite. If these are your comments, Caleb, these are getting fed to you in your algorithm. You're seeing these things because they are making you engage with Twitter more and give Twitter more.
Amen.
So like Twitter is feeding you what you want to see. It's very important that you identify this before you go fucking crazy. I don't even know what this is. Yeah, this was disappointing. A disappointing sequence on Landman, a show I love. One of the main reasons that I defend Taylor Sheridan in the shows, my liberal friends, is because it's a purple show that ridicules both sides, pushing down on The View, a show that I don't even know what the fuck it's talking about. The newest episode of Landman took a shot. I didn't watch the newest episode. I like Landman a lot. It has some weird conservative shit going on in there. So there's one moment where the guy like is like hanging out with his girlfriend. He's like, "Yeah, I'm one of those guys who doesn't believe COVID is real." And I was like, "Whoa, what?" Also, a lot of simping on 17-year-olds in the show.
Very conservative, that practice.
I can't really give anything.
Real finance bro, jock, conservative practice creeping on the youth. Maybe just powerful men. Maybe not necessarily just conservative, but conservative men for sure.
I can't
witness with my own eyes. Too many times to count.
Take on this if I can see it. I haven't seen it yet. I've been kind of waiting. I've been watching Rings of Power. This is beyond stupid. Was it over some critical review? Sure. Full on rage bait? Absolutely. I don't really know. But punching down The View, a show led by women, is actually okay. Gotcha. Seems to be more anti-left posting. You kind of get what I'm saying here, though. Okay. You kind of get what I'm saying here. There's a lot of anti-left posting. I just, Caleb.
Bro, if it walks like a duck, if it talks like a duck, if it posts like a duck, it's a freaking conservative, man. Like, what are we talking about?
I would want you to say, okay,
which is fine. But just know, even if you're conservative or Republican, you need to see the mess that's outside, and you need to be running to save lives. You can't be on the fence about, like, this administration's okay. The Epstein files have proved that nothing right now is okay, and that we all, every man, woman, and child needs to fight for this country right now and make sure that from the local level, we don't have to go national. We don't need violence. We just need people to get organized, get constructive, and find a way to benefit, like find a way to help their community. Period. Everyone needs to do that in some way, shape, or form. Talking on the internet doesn't have to be like the most labor-intensive thing. Like, getting your voice out there, making people making people, you know, get a vibe of like good character, good morals. Like any way that you can do that. Go coach a youth league. Find a church. Find a book club. Like just be out in your community and be an ambassador of good character. Be an ambassador of good morals, and just try to make everyone's day a little bit better. Everyone that you interact with, just try to be a little like just leave them a little bit better than you found them. And this world will be a better place, slowly but surely. But like that's what it was back in the day. That's what it was back in the day. That's how we built this country. It was by that type of energy.
You know, we got more Bonnie Blue, some OnlyFans whore bullshit. Why she look 55? This one, I don't know. This again, a girl talking about like we got this is the whole fucking thing here. is we have this girl here. It's like, oh, we're slowly rediscovering an advertising technique that has worked for hundreds of years. Something nice to look at while repping your product makes it more appealing. So true, King. So true. This person says they're out because of a nose ring. We know this person violently jacks off to fucking goths with nose rings. I think I'm sold on getting a nose ring purely so creepy men will leave me the fuck alone. And then Caleb highlights some features saying like, hey, look, you're too ugly for guys to want to fuck. Caleb, you're a gooner. You know that men are disgusting and will fuck literally anything. And she's not a bad looking person. She just is like an alt person. But like, listen, dude, I love you. You're 30. You're 30, bro.
You're past this behavior. You are past this behavior. You are not in high school anymore. You should have had a dad or an uncle or somebody tell you, and you should have just naturally grown past this by seeing how the world works. And like, this isn't standing up for anybody. This isn't standing up for anybody. This isn't helping anybody. This is throwing shit when shit's raining from the sky. What are we doing? Who cares if you don't like a nose ring? Caleb, whoever put Caleb's name here, insert your name if this applies to you. But if you don't like something, it's not for you. Leave it alone. Still wish them a good day. They're still a sister, a daughter, a brother, a sister of God. So just let it be. Encourage them to be better and have a good day. Why are we like shitting on people's looks? Why are we shitting like the only time we shouldn't be throwing shit? We should be stopping people from hurting other people and standing up against injustice. We don't have time to throw shit right now in America. We have to come together. We have to find good character and morals and back it up. This is pathetic.
You're 30. I'm 35. We're beyond going on fucking Twitter and engaging in senselessly criticizing alt girls' looks for attention. It's fucking weird. We're grown-ass men. Like, this is stuff you do when you're young. And, like, I was doing some weird fucking anti-SJW shit, too. But, like, this is... Like, I love you. Is this what you want to be reduced to and known for? You're the fucking financial audit Jerry Springer guy. You created an incredibly successful brand.
True.
And we're fucking doing this. That's crazy to me. I see you in the chat, Caleb. I see that you came back. You know? I just feel like this is so beneath you. And again, it's like all this like left-wing shit. Like left-wing stuff. It's I find it to be fucking... I find it, the point that I'm trying to make is that there's a lot of anti-SJW sentiment. I think it hooked and rage bait too hard. Yeah, I think you're getting, but that's the thing, Caleb. I think you're getting rage baited too hard.
That's why you have to reflect. That you have to avoid the rage bait by identifying what the algorithm is trying to throw in your face that gets you mad, makes you attached, makes you want to like react. Take a second, meditate, and reflect on why that's making that. Like, why are you having this reaction? Why are you receiving this from the internet and then you are getting a certain feeling and like reacting back to it? You need to reflect on that boiling point, and then you need to start working on that so that you can like find a cope, find an expression, find a way to make something good come out of that feeling instead of just shitting on people and having a bad look on the internet. For everybody. And we're just talking about Caleb Hammer because I'm vibe checking out Papa Gut here. But, you know, I'm sure he's a good guy. I'm sure Caleb's a good guy. He just needs a little reflection and a little course correct. It's fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one's past redeeming or anything. But, like, this behavior, we have to be able to recognize this in ourselves so that we can stay away from it.
Right. So this is, like, a lot of the sentiment that I see on here. We got that, you know. The last one I was looking at is this. This is just saying that's crazy. Here's a map of former Spanish. This guy was complaining that there's Christmas carolers singing in Spanish in Utah. Right? This person's obviously fucking hates Spanish people. He's a piece of dog shit. For whatever reason, they decide to say like, hey, look, this is what the map used to look like. And then Caleb's response is like, oh, what about, you know, blah, 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 blah. You can count anti to that. Saying, oh, about 7,000 Mexicans lived in California when the U.S. took it over. Why is one of the biggest political polling accounts also kind of, you know, we use the R word. For the record, I'm okay with carols in Spanish. I don't care. People like this are just so uninformed about U.S. territory. The point that this person was making, when you're being anti to a point that's anti-racist, it makes people think that you're being racist. That's the point that I'm trying to make it here. And so far as I scroll through here, the tremendous amount of this is a lot of, like, anti-SJW shit. You use a lot of your time to criticize anti-SJW shit. And it's just, I think you're getting psyoped. That's the point that I'm making. I think you're getting psyoped. Okay? Somebody's complaining that there are fucking Spanish people singing Christmas carols. And that was the response to that. And you had a problem with that. I don't think that you're racist at all. I think that you're getting fucking psyoped on Twitter. That's the point that I'm trying to make. So
That's why you have to understand your triggers, man.
Whoever wants to chat, I'm gonna pee real quick. You know. But I thought this was an appropriate time to talk about this. Like, I'm more of like, you know, this is Caleb, if you want to talk, we should talk. We'll talk about Discord or something. It's
Papa Gut calling out his friend like this, like he said, Caleb Hammer is his like best content creator friend. Him like calling him out and like checking him a little bit like this, and like just like not like in a mean or like nasty way, but just like calling out like, bro, when you present like this, people are gonna think like this, and you're gonna get a community like this, and that's not a good look. And I don't want you to get like, you know, captured by a far right audience. I mean, that's just like, I'm gonna be honest, that's like good leadership. Like, you know, shout out to 35. I think Papa Gut's been on the internet for a while. I'm brand new to him. I know nothing. I know literally very little about this guy. But what I do know is that as a 35-year-old doing the internet, this is a good way of like, hey, little bro, like, you know, not even like little bro, like, hey, bro, like, you need to like course correct here, like dunking on people for their looks and like saying all this all right stuff. When you have something that can be misconstrued here, you're gonna look racist and you're gonna look even farther right because of like the contextualization you're creating. Not even because that's a true expression of who you are, because I really know you, but that's how I know the internet and social media has some sort of grip on you or some sort of like tie on your heartstring and is pulling you in certain directions to get you to react like this. Like I think that's you know, good on Papa Gut for that.
Caleb, here's what I'm saying. Why don't you just watch the video, the segment, whether it's in the members only thing, or you watch it when I release the video, and then like maybe we'll talk. You know, maybe we'll make a content. Dude. Let's talk on your show. Let's talk on your show, dude. Okay.
I thought they talked here, which is a little disappointing.
Or we don't have to. But I'd say like, see what I had to say. I can do 3. I can't do 3 minutes. I'll talk to you tomorrow, then, Caleb. I'll talk to you on the live show, bud. All right, I love you. Just check out what I had to say. It's not super long. All right. So apparently, Caleb Hammer responded to Papa Gut on Twitter. Let's see what he said. I think I've been gooning and rage being a little too hard on Twitter now. LOL. Oh, is this in response to me? That's funny. I love Caleb. I have a few passions in life right now. Business, personal finance is challenging extremism. The rise in political extremism has been very worrying on me, and I've been starting to call it out crazy on here since my Thanksgiving break. But I've received some valid criticism from my friend Papa God. This is true. We are friends right off the bat. That I seem to have solely focused on far left extremism while leaving out far right extremism. That's fair. And that's fair. I accept it. Honestly, the far left extremists started around 2020 with a lot of cancellations, and performative activism has honestly annoyed me more than most forms of extremism. That's, I think, fair, especially since they seem to be the ones that would target Caleb more.
Fair.
Because Caleb makes... I'm not even saying he makes...
I agree with that because I can see the far left seeing him in like the finance realm. Like the same reasons I was saying, like the finance gets you to have like a conservative mindset. It maybe just gives you... It also probably gives you like conservative like contextualization because you're about money, you're about that profit loss, you're about like buttoning it up. And I understand Caleb might not be like that, but like traditionally. And like, you know, SJWs... I mean, like, what they hate more than anything is discipline and being told what to do. And, like, that's just kind of the world of finance. Like, you have to follow a certain parameter to be successful. So I could see that. And I could see, like, why, like, I mean, that's it, though. Like, that's why, that's the heartstring. Like, that's the heartstring that it has. Heartstring might be a little, like, overboard. But, like, that's what he's being, like, this is what's making him react like this. And this is how, like, Twitter... where social media has like a little claw inside of Caleb on this in this scenario.
Right-wing content. He makes content that would upset sensitive people on the left, and people on the right would gravitate towards. Because fundamentally speaking, Caleb's focus is to pick yourself up by your bootstraps, which is on a single person level valid as fuck. Because like you can change the system by voting, but the reality is that like there's nothing you can do today that's going to have any profound impact on your life.
It's less and less valid the more and more our economy gets out of whack. If you don't have the right revenue, finance can't do anything for you. If you're not making enough money, like he's gonna tell you like to eat ramen noodles every day, which like, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do to stay in budget. But for some people, it's just like there are cases where being pulled by Bruce stats on an individual level aren't possible. But I do agree on a wide scale that more people could benefit from a tighter financial packet. Again, financial advising, sometimes you just, I mean, maybe it's my experience too. Like that has to be a whole part of it too. I wasn't Caleb making content off of it and being at a point where I didn't depend on it for my own personal income. But pulling yourself up for your bootstrap gets more and more unfathomable and unrealistic. The more the economy tanks, the more these tariffs, the more these jobs, the more monopolies, all this type of shit. The more that happens, the more everything Caleb's talking about has less and less bearance, which leads to more and more radicalization, as we've seen from our history streams.
From a systemic impact, but you can do something for your individuality, right? This makes 100% sense, right? Like if you're spending too much money and you're not getting paid well enough, you could probably spend less money because that's something you can pick yourself up by your bootstraps, quote unquote. But you're probably not going to be able to get yourself to get paid more money from that job, even if you're being underpaid, if that makes sense. Right. So he's getting more criticism from them. That makes sense. And these tend to be the people that come after me and try to destroy my life with horrible false accusations and doxing BS. I think that's also fair too.
For sure. If this is, I mean, he could be. I don't know nothing. Again, I don't know anything about his fandom, but if people from the left are coming at him, again, makes more sense why, like, how the AI and algorithms were able to pull at him and make him like present this way.
I'll say, I remember. So I definitely focus on it. I can appreciate that. I remember.
But this is also getting into revenge. This is also still getting into little people things. You know what I mean? Just because they're the ones that attack you and don't see your perspective doesn't mean you have to attack them back. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes it's just not worth that fight. From what I understand, I think sometimes Hassan does a good job at that. Like, let them be mad at you. Because, like, bro, instead of fighting them, instead of coming at every girl with, like, a nose ring, instead of fighting them, let them just, like, wear themselves out, talk till they're blue in the face. And then when they sit to breathe and can't talk anymore, maybe they'll learn a couple nuggets of truth and a couple lessons from you that they can carry into their lives that, like, change their perspective. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to fight fire with fire. You can fight, like, this. I mean, honestly, people attacking this are like, they're probably like fearful financially. I mean, that is probably a thing in like millennials and younger, especially. They're fearful of their financial future, so they ignore it. So then when they come at you, they don't even know what they're really coming at. They're coming at an idea or like a feeling that they have. You know what I mean? So like, I just think you could get further if you kind of, you know, there's something when I feel like I'm trying to say that I feel like could help better your community and also like probably like relax your own internal anxiety, because this kind of reads like you have some anxiety on this, which sucks. Like, you know, like this doxing shit, bro, crazy. But, you know, you don't have to attack everybody, especially if it's not the same people doxing. You can't just put everybody in the same box either. Makes sense, though. Makes sense. And I was trying to look at it from your angle, but this whole, like, who the community is and how they see you, I could see that being a problem as well.
So we'll have like a little talk here. When I was making content, my content started as like I would make some politics stuff and left-leaning political shit, and you know, big UBI guy, and I would be like counterculture to like SJWs. Like I would say that I'm a political left person with more conservative expression. You know, I guess if that makes sense. And as time went on,
I feel that, Bob.
I leaned very heavily into politics and less jokes because we were at a very political time. When Joe Biden became president, like things changed very drastically. Things calmed down politically, and I like kind of lost a little bit of interest. I'm like, okay, like I want to talk about other stuff and do more jokes. So I did more joking content, and I had acquired, and my jokes are more right-leaning, so they're edgy, right? And so I had acquired a big left-leaning audience that were seeing.
You see why?
Right-leaning.
I've heard he's a dick, right? Straight up, it's just something I heard from like the little bit of whispers I've heard about Papa Gut. Makes sense why people who are politically left, but then you have like a more right-leaning humor, would see you as a dick. Just what I've heard. I'm not saying that's what it is. I think he passes the vibe check very well. Like I've said, he broed out with Caleb really good here, and like this reflection by Caleb seems like he's on the right track to like presenting differently and like, you know, building a more like robust community, because I think that should be everyone's. You shouldn't just want one type of person in your community. You want a robust community, people who like you for your personality, people who like you for your type of content, people who like you for the topics you talk about, people who like you for like the voice and the way you present. And I think the reason that's good is because then everyone can learn a little lesson from you and take it to their own communities. And your lessons and your vibe and your positivity that you're trying to give can grow past what it would be with just yourself, and can grow into other communities that you have no interest or way into.
Jokes and getting upset with those jokes. And I remember crashing out because I got so much criticism for my like right-leaning jokes that I started to like hate people on the left for a very short amount of time, until I kind of snapped out of it because a friend of mine at the time, he was like, bro, like it seems like you're really, starting to basically generate hate. It doesn't seem like they're jokes anymore that you're making about like more, when you make your edgy jokes. And I was like, oh fuck, like that's true. I allowed it to like.
I wonder what his edgy jokes were.
So I understand this 100%, that makes perfect sense. It's just like, I feel like, and maybe this is a cope for me, I think it's weak to allow that to happen to yourself, but I think that like,
I do agree it's weak for you for you to allow that to happen to yourself. I do think it's something that naturally happens though, and like we all have weak moments because we're all human, so we have to understand that nobody's strong all the time. So like, sure, I agree it's weak, but also like all me included, all three of us can cop to times that we were weak, especially with like peer pressure and like, dude, like we don't even fully understand the psychological impact and control that like social media has. So like, we have to give grace on that too, and mercy.
Like I had like a friend say something to me when I was going too far. I guess I wanted to do that for Caleb, and I find it weak for
Way to pay it forward, brother.
Myself, get fucking countercultured or whatever by a bunch of dumb fucking pieces of shit. Like if people on the left don't like me, I'm still going to express my opinions, and I don't want it to change my political perspective. But I can understand this. This one's valid. But I think if I want to actually challenge the rise of political extremism in their culture, I need to buckle down and truly focus on extremism versus just trying to dunk on people on here, as fun as it is. Yeah, I mean that's valid. I think that's like that's another thing too, is that like it's very below Caleb having to dunk on fucking girls with septum piercings.
Yeah,
on
agreed.
Social media. Like I understand that to an extent that's a little bit on brand, because like he does the Jerry Springer thing and it could be a little catty and snarky and fun. But I think it's super beneath Caleb to just fucking dunk on, goth girls on Twitter. Like he's not, you know what I mean? He's not Nicholas Dior. No, I'm just kidding. I think that there's a lot more going on for Caleb that he can criticize, and probably in a better, more productive way. Like, especially since, and this is something on Twitter, is like super small hot takes where there's no nuance. If he found somebody that was online being stupid, and then like he did a little bit more of a longer form reaction to it, that would be much more productive. Because when you just show a picture of a girl who's saying, "Oh, I might get a nose ring because guys are creeps," and it seems to make it so creeps don't like me, and then he just posts a picture of them that he thinks makes them look ugly, it doesn't exactly scream like, "Hey, there's nuance here." Whereas it might be more productive. I just think that there's probably better ways to interact than saying like, "Oh, you think that guys are creepy, so you want to get a nose piercing? You're actually an ugly bitch." You know what I mean? Like I don't think that that's productive. It's probably a more productive way to have that conversation. That's not beneath him. Anyway, as a proven centrist, okay, if you're on the left or on the right, you're my friend. If you are normal, and I really hope the normal people on the left and the right are the vast majority of this country. Let's find hope. We will have fun here. I think it's a beautiful thing. Okay.
He's getting there.
I think both sides are bad there. Well, I appreciate that. I'll retweet it. It's a beautiful thing. I wonder if that means we're not gonna have him.
Going beautiful with it might be a little bit of cope for your buddy there, but he's on the right track. You know what I mean? We gotta just get to the point where we understand the radicals and the extremists are normal people who've been radicalized and turned extreme through piss poor economic conditions, piss poor psychological conditions, piss poor spiritual conditions, and the home life has been targeted. More and more information and dopamine can hit the brain than ever before. So we just gotta realize that normal people are the radicals and the extremists, and that it's like we need to find ways to de-radicalize and help people return to a stabilized norm and center. But I'm happy that this had a happy ending. Like it started off a little rough, but then it ended with Caleb, kind of like going down like a good path. It seemed like. So shout out to it. All right, let's see what else is online. So they didn't talk. Is that what this is saying?
people specifically, those are the people that I have taken more personally because they have come after me.
I've developed like a philosophy of like I find that to be a weakness for myself to allow that to affect me too much.
It was like Palestinian flags in bio.
Yeah,
galore.
the comments exist not to have a good time, but to get you to engage with anti-leftist content.
You're not the biggest Elon fan. I hate when these people are so stupid about not understanding equity positions in a company versus cash on hand.
It's not cash on hand, but there is definitely cash value that it has, or else he wouldn't be able to literally leverage it to buy platforms.
I've had to fire a few people, and I'm glad that I have the freedoms to be able to just fire people because they were bad at their job.
If you're firing because they suck, you should be able to do it. If you're firing in a profitable era just to cut costs, I think that maybe you shouldn't be able to do that. How would you contend with like technology displacing jobs and driving down wages?
What do you think of the new accusation that I am a very clear homosexual man?
I think you have some flex energy. Listen, there's no such thing as a well-dressed straight man. You did skip the part where I showed Charlie Kirk mocking Paul Pelosi for getting beaten.
So some of these topics that they talk about in this one are interesting. I don't know if we're gonna watch this whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
But we can check it out. So let's watch this where they actually had a conversation. There's some topics that they had in here that I want to touch
I
on.
want to get Papa's opinion.
Right, their coattails and whatnot.
The goonery that is Caleb's Twitter in 2025. This has been a recent development. You've become very
breakout
active.
sport.
Yes. We can't give Caleb time off, is what I learned.
Yeah, time off equals.
You give Caleb time off, he starts searching where Twitter accounts were made from, and then starts posting.
Well, I had a mission. If I'm being completely honest, I had a mission on Twitter. It was the one social media profile that I had that didn't have like at least 100,000 followers. And I was like, why?
Yeah, so I'm probably not going to do as much reacting to this. This is more of like a prelude. I want to see what they think of my arguments before I have the conversation.
We're not gonna rewatch his conversation.
From Mason, Papa has spoken. So true.
Me and Papa and I are.
Extremism to Caleb. Alt girls on.
We just watched his original video.
But I find the far left extremism annoying. More annoying. Far right extremism scares me.
Yeah. That's why I sold out with it. Outreach
I guess we could listen to him.
Yeah, which is valid to call out. Call out that those people were fucking crazy. But then people went crazy on the death of this guy too, which fucking sucks. Really shouldn't. I don't. Listen, the only like political deaths that I'm like, okay, we're talking like Hitler and like a horrible dictator. I don't think I'm gonna be terribly sad when Putin's gone.
I'm so happy that my
it's
views
like
are
really bad
exposed
people,
to
Kim
Caleb.
Jong-un. Yeah, not but
So
it,
what I can do, I can hide my power level, guys, and I can come out being a super far left.
as far as just people that disagree with you, even a president of the United States, because they're not dictators or anything. If you say the death of anyone,
Fuck.
it's horrible. I mean, Biden is gonna die in the coming years. He's old. Trump is gonna die in the coming years. He's old.
And very unhealthy.
It's disgusting to see the online commentary. People that cheer for the death of Vinny. It really fucking sucks. They just disagree with you, and that's what I hate. That's what I want to curate my Twitter to is more calling out extremism. But I got a little excited.
From nurse movies, from next, definitely.
You gotta probably define extremism if you're gonna try to stop it out on both sides. That'd be another thing that to think about. Is like define what you mean by extremism so that you can give like proper examples. I think that would help because like a lot of people probably have different definitions on what that means.
That's crazy. But yeah, do Matt Walsh next. A bunch of terrible stuff, which I think is obviously inappropriate and disgusting. I do want to say one thing though. Let's be real. There's a difference between Rob Reiner, the Hollywood guy, and Charlie Kirk, the guy whose entire content strategy was to try to rage bait kids on college campuses.
Well, yeah, I mean, they were different people. But Rob Reiner was very, very, very big on the political talk space, on like going on, even like Bill Maher's show or Piers Morgan. So he was still very big. No, he didn't go to college campuses. It wasn't exactly the same thing. But he wasn't just a director at it.
And he wasn't just trying to rage bait.
He was very big.
I don't need to make my point because I will make it in a second.
But he was also very gracious. When met him in person, I've heard a lot of stories that people have been sharing that are very, very on the right who've met him and they said he was incredibly nice in person.
Charlie Kirk, who doesn't deserve to be.
I didn't know Caleb did this little 3-panel thing.
Stuff on social media was disgusting, but like
I'm interested by its concept.
He said some pretty disgusting shit. He's talked about how MLK, which I think is one of the greatest Americans in our entire history, seems a bad person, said we shouldn't have had the Civil Rights Act. He's famously said that if his daughter was raped, like at 12, he would make her carry the baby. I'm at a point now where I'm done with like the pro-life. That's child abuse, and if you disagree, you have religious psychosis because that is like actual. Your child could die from giving birth to a child who famously mocked. This is based that.
Based, yeah, based.
Or Nancy Pelosi's husband's.
Yeah, based.
Yeah, we sure didn't mock that either. When
Well, you can't skip this, Caleb.
I know people on the right did mock when.
Based.
Oh, and
Trump mocked it. Charlie Kirk mocked it. What do you mean, people? Caleb, stop.
The people on the right. I can't go against the people right. Everyone else is going against the right. I have to go for the left. It's easier to grip to the right. More viewers are my thing if I grip to the right.
Two different people. Charlie Kirk received the energy online that he put out into the atmosphere. It's true.
I like that.
Caleb, you just skipped past me talking about how he
If this clip's out there, I'll watch it.
Okay. All right. I'm not gonna.
Like I know, listen, he was into politics. He was in a more divisive end of politics for sure. So it was very.
I'm going to get to where they start talking.
You know, politics gets negative real quick. I get that. But
I don't really care about. I guess I can review Caleb. All right. I hear you guys yelling at me.
after saying that,
I guess I can sit here and try to get a little bit more of Caleb's vibe and do a little vibe check for him. Let's just get a little refresher in our palate real quick and look at what it means to be a vibe check. Vibe check concerns yourself with morals over money. Are you concerned with character over clout, effort over excuses, progress over perfection, and community over competition? This is what we're kind of grading on. I think Papa Gut did a really good job. I definitely think he's morals over money. Definitely, I believe character over clout. Definitely seems to be putting in morals over money because, you can grift right. I mean, you know what? He did say he made some right-wing jokes and stuff. We're still going to give him that one. I do think his morals went a long way. I do think he demonstrated a lot of morals in his in that last piece of content that we watched. I do think he is more caring about the character that you're presenting instead of chasing the clout. I think that could have gone differently, and he could have exploded a little bit more if he cared about the clout. Whereas he was more caring about just paying it forward and trying to help a friend out when he saw some smoke in the air. Make sure there's no fire or whatnot. Even with his conversations over at the end when he was talking about you do have there's some truth pull yourself by your bootstraps, you do have to live within your means. That is progress over trying to chase a leftist perfection universe or whatever. So I'll give him that. And he did say he does care about raising a good community, it seemed like. So I think Papa Gut did a good job. But now we're gonna kind of watch a little bit more of this and see Caleb react to what we watched from Papa Gut and see how does he stack up against a vibe check.
my end, the day that Caleb Hand is no longer on this earth. So it's that's not the energy I put out there. I wouldn't say that's the energy that Charlie put out there.
100%.
Politics does get negative, but I don't think. Oh, that's just clips. I'll look at clips. And Papa, we can talk about this in a second, but I don't think
Absolutely.
death and celebrate death.
He celebrated.
One of the things about Charlie Kirk is that he had a lot of faith-based political takes, and I do think that is different from people that just look at politics more objectively.
So faith-based, yes. It has to stem from his ideology.
Yes, and I think that is the difference as to why he believed. A lot of what he believed was, like I said, a lot of it was rooted in his faith.
Yeah, that's-
So
I don't think that
is different.
mocking the assault of Paul Pelosi and pushing a conspiracy theory that he was beaten by his gay lover. I don't think that's a very faith-based argument, Brandon.
Right.
Takes.
But even that, you're running defense for Charlie Kirk in his opinion. Why are we so concerned with running defense for the right, but we're so easily to attack the left? Sometimes you say you're senator because you're trying to say you're not a Nazi.
You can't knock someone for their own personal religious beliefs.
I 100% can. What are you talking about?
Well, no, I disagree with that. Yeah, you can. I mean, I fuck you. In Muslim countries, they throw gay people off buildings and they stone women. Absolutely, I'll criticize people.
May not be right, but people
No,
are
I'll-
people are entitled to
You're entitled to your opinion, even if it's fucking stupid and it's psychosis. I understand what you're saying, but that's insane. Caleb has a great point, by the way. W. Caleb. L to the Nick Fuentes fan here, Brandon. L to the Nick Fuentes fan.
This guy's a Nick Fuentes fan? Bro. Is that true or is he just saying it?
Entitled to their beliefs, but
He literally said he was in this fucking thing.
no religion is sacred.
That's crazy.
The same energy he put on
So not only do you smell like a duck, you're walking like a duck, but you're flying with ducks.
That's it.
You're a fascist?
Tell you, people.
Very,
We show
very
clips.
political.
Negative is different than mocking violence. It's
Not
different.
speaking.
It's different.
When he was doing interviews and stuff.
It's different.
Again, and
It's
it's fine
different.
if anyone disagrees with what he was saying.
That's how I do content.
Bro, I'm reacting. America crazy. I'm reacting to a reaction of a reaction to a reaction. That's 1, 2, 4 levels.
It's gross. And two very different people. We'll see. And so, to me, when I see a post like this from Caleb, I see a lot of I see too much, in my opinion, weird right-wing fluff piece shit. That's what this is to me. The comparison here is in my opinion, and I'm just gonna be a little bit raw about it, is intellectually dishonest. I don't think Caleb.
Well,
True.
I do agree with that. No, because I cherry picked one tweet versus 1,000 tweets. So that is very, very valid criticism. That was very cherry picked. And that's why I believe I was wrong.
Being dishonest, I think Caleb's being side out by fucking Twitter. I really think you should get the fuck off.
I'll be honest. I mean, again, like I said, I played way too much into the engagement game.
Sure.
I was legit having fun. And it's not necessarily. It's not necessarily.
Twitter is actual brain rot. That's why it outrage harmed you, and it psyops you into having like insane opinions, regardless.
What the fuck is this?
My name is Noah Chrysler. For about 8 or 9 months, I believe, last year, I worked for a man named Caleb Hammer. The job started out as a dream, and then it slowly devolved into a nightmare. I'd been wrestling with growing concerns about what I was seeing behind the scenes. When I would raise these concerns in other areas of the company, they would fall on deaf ears. That day, I finally voiced them directly and privately to Caleb's main business manager, Robert. I told Robert that I couldn't keep working there unless serious changes were made at the company. That afternoon, Robert pulled me into his office and I was let go.
I mean, that makes sense that they're like, hey, things have to change or I'm not going to work here anymore. I'd probably fire you too. A little entitled. I just need to see the smoking gun of like, hey, he did all these things and it was like really bad, you know, and that's why I couldn't stay there anymore. I just needed to pop up like, okay, let's see it, man.
Later that evening, Caleb texted me a large video file. It was the security camera footage of his business manager, Robert, firing me.
That has to be like a mistake. There's probably no reason why he would do that on purpose. That's a fumble.
What?
What the hell are you doing, bud? You gotta pay more attention.
I drop everything. I immediately go and I drive to Walmart and I buy the largest baseball bat that I can possibly find.
What the fuck? Are you gonna beat him to death? What the hell?
And then I bought mace. I bought like personal defense fucking mace.
Out of sheer panic, I bought these items because I felt unsafe and unprotected. It was personal reaction to fear and not a response to a specific threat. I'm sorry, bro. But you thought after Caleb fired you that he was gonna fucking attack you? That's fucking insane. There's no world in which I would ever be like, that's rational.
I arrive on my first day. Here's your job offer. Sign the letter. And I immediately am like, that's kind of weird.
What's weird about it? Hey, you're here. Sign this letter saying we work for us. Well, that was kind of weird when they did that. I didn't really understand. Like, what was I? Like, you sign a contract for jobs when you work there? Like, that's kind of weird.
Now I'm being like pressured to sign it. That's
Pressure. Dude, shut up. It's a contract that you.
I don't know about his reaction without knowing. I mean, I wouldn't react like that until I knew the full story. Could be valid, but like, what is this guy talking about?
Signed to work there. You feel pressured? What?
By the way, also, if you're a lawyer or someone else, like, send me an email. If you have anything to say about this situation, you want to help me in any way at all,
Yeah, please don't send him emails saying he's a fucking idiot. I'm being serious.
send me an email. contact@noahchrysler.com, because I'm terrified.
I'm terrified, so I made a video.
I mean, that does seem like very scat, like for
I
sure.
fucking make videos about it all the time. I'm so scared.
Like, I'm
making a
just-
video about it.
A couple days go by, Caleb has this idea. Graham Steffen's coming into town. Hey Noah, I know this is weird, but like, Graham's coming into town. We should do something fun and special. What if we audited you? I immediately go, no. The reason why I originally said no was because I had just dealt with the trauma.
Just say no, I don't want it. It's intrusive. And I'm not somebody who would consent to that. That's why I'm not getting audited by Caleb Hammer. It's not fucking traumatic. If you are somebody looking for a job, it is going to be so easy for you if you could follow this one simple step. Stop being like this guy. This guy is having a meltdown, talking about how he was traumatized because he liked Caleb Hammer and then it didn't go well for him. If you
Is that what it's about?
This guy, you will have such a good experience getting a job.
My name
Is that what it was about? I don't know. That popped up on my YouTube over here. And I wonder what that was fully about. Maybe we'll watch it later. I don't really care that much about Caleb, though. So we'll see how this goes first.
So what is Caleb Hammer doing? He's wrecked his knee. Oh, you talk like this. So yeah, two very different cases just on their face. And I love Caleb. He's like,
I love you too. We're big Papa Dough fans. Really Papa Dough. We're friends.
We'll see
We love him. He's called in different names.
you guys like that?
It's totally healthy to have normal disagreements, and I mean I agree with what he said, at least in terms of my tweet and me cherry picking things for sure.
Well, he is unironically my best content creator friend.
Yeah,
I like Caleb a lot.
We are.
And like, Caleb's not some right-wing freak, but when I see all of his
I'm
Twitter
incredibly centrist, but I've tweeted more to the right. for sure.
shit, it's like right-wing freak shit. Honestly, it frustrates me because I'm
Centrist means right-wing.
stuff on the internet, get a bunch of dumbass fucking right-wingers, and then he's gonna get audience captured by right-wingers. So obviously, the most.
That's a valid fear, regardless if it's left or right. I think that's one of Rogan's main issues that she just dealt with. Is she just went hyper to the extreme left, so she's audience captured there, and now she can't really do anything. Can't really do anything. I don't want to be audience captured by anyone. I want the audience that I have to know I will always try to be as objective possible, and I don't care if I piss people off. And I will also be offensive, and I will be a gooner, and I don't give a fuck. I do not give a fuck. People try to call it out like it's a criticism to me, and like they're like
You
it
can tell
offends me. It's
Brandon's
like,
getting triggered.
I don't care. I'm a gooner. I make jokes.
Like
I'm
this, man.
inappropriate, and I love it. I fucking love it. And that's the audience.
To me, that's some cloud over character shit right there. You ain't gonna take no like accountability and like change and make sure you present yourself in a positive way. You're just gonna come out here and be a gooner. You're gonna come out here and be a goddamn fool. And you're gonna say I love it. I don't care if I offend or if I hurt people's feelings. Like, I mean, I'm not saying like hurting feelings is like the worst thing in the world. Like sometimes it has to be done, but like you're just coming out here to be an idiot, is what you're saying. You don't care to run around the internet and act like an idiot online. So what we're saying, we're not gonna like try to present or like push anything forward. We're just gonna come around and be a dipshit that just shits on people with fucking nose piercings.
People who know who I am. And I'm gonna be myself.
It's watching us. Just watching
Because
us
this,
right now.
listen, if I want to do this for the rest of my life,
Yeah.
who fucking knows? I don't want to fake it. Too much work, too much pressure. I don't care.
Bro, it's not about faking nothing. It's just about making sure you're living up to your best self. I believe every man's got every person, not just man, every human has like two sides, a good side and a bad side, and like you're getting pulled on both sides, and you got to like try to be your best self. Like coping with the idea, well, that's just me, bro. Like that's just how you stay a dick and stay like on a certain level. It's how you're a 30-year-old dunking on like young girls. Just saying, bro. You gotta take that reflection all the way to the root.
I don't want to be audience captain.
Funny how also just showing now, brother. Yeah, well, that's because right now, like, the window is between, like, the left is, like, moderate left right now, and the mainstream left is moderate left. There are some races, but it's mostly moderate left.
Democrat establishment is the mainstream.
And the right is very far right.
Anyone.
Logical follow-up, though, is that, like, these are Trump's words.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump is also somebody who has been escalating political violence in a really dangerous way. He's the president of the United States.
He should not have tweeted that. Well, truth that. That is not the response. That is not the response.
He falsed it, in my opinion. I know he's so much.
No.
Realistically speaking, Donald Trump is escalating political violence consistently more than anybody else. He's the president. He's the most popular. He's the most powerful man.
I'm seeing some anti-gut chat in chat. Listen, I know you might disagree with his take on this, and there's some things I disagree with here that obviously I called out. No, I do recommend checking out his content in general, though. Just because he is on the left, he's not far left. I know him personally. He is not far left. He is in the normal left.
So far left,
and
dude.
He makes good.
He's so far left, his ass is curving.
I'm so far left.
He
So far left.
does a really good job at wading through the overly weird performative cancellations. He objectively looks at situations, and he calls out people that bullshit cancel people all the time, and he's a pretty good objective guy, and I recommend giving him a chance, even if you disagree with his take. I do recommend. I don't want to.
All right, gentlemen, stop the circle jerk. I'm just kidding. Shut up. Mad bros can help each other out.
Okay. Sounds like Hassan. Trust me, he hates Hassan. I don't think. Well, I don't know if he hates Hassan, but
I fucking hate Hassan. I hate Hassan. Yes.
I recommend giving him.
Most
Wonder why.
in the entire world. He has no interest in lowering the temperature. He didn't talk about Melissa Horton being assassinated by Republicans in her own house.
I wonder why he hates
It's
Hassan.
just very much a victim complex. Well,
Is there something I'm missing?
this idea that there's like disproportionate violence coming from the left. So I have absolutely no problem having a conversation about the political violence of COVID. The statistics said that conservatives are more violent. I think there's a productive conversation to have about COVID and everything going on during like the BLM riot.
Get to my Twitter.
Obama didn't. These are great points, Caleb. I was talking about. I was giving charity to the argument that like the left causes more violence. Why you can't skip through that, dude? Stop.
Get to my Twitter.
Probably a little bit. You know, play that 50% increased speed. You know, there's a lot going on, man. Okay, but then this is Trump's perspective, and I know Caleb responds to it. I'm going to show you in a second.
Yeah, I called that.
I think we're going to skip to where they start actually talking, having a real conversation.
August can do a quick version of this. Is sent to Caleb. Mockler, which somebody I follow too. Come out. He's cool. We're mutuals, but
Either way. But then she retweeted with a couple year old photo where I was about 20 pounds heavier, and I was wearing a shirt that didn't fit.
No, you look fat as fuck there.
Yeah.
I mean, no shade. I mean, I got to lose weight too, brother, but I mean, we're not that much thinner, are we?
You've lost a lot of weight.
I've definitely lost
Fat
weight.
phobia,
And I've done my
Yeah, like, who cares, bro? You chunky, bro. We all chunky out here. You, me, Papa Gut. Even you, bro. I see your chunk. You can hide underneath the layers, boys. Don't mean the layers ain't there.
better and keeping my hair better. But I get it. She had to scroll far, like literal, a potential hour based on how much we both find that photo. When I just had to find her most recent photo. But I guess other people don't think she's as ugly as I think she is. Maybe I just have my head.
Maybe it's just a shitty thing to say. Bro, like, calling someone ugly is subjective, bro. Like, that's not like a known either from her or from you, bro. Like, her being, bro, listen, like, what, like, this is just fucking childish. We're 30, bro. There's real things going on in this world. You have real influence, and this is the type of shit where you started this conversation.
Against her. Honestly, I was doing the dunk. And she cooked.
I was doing the dunk, says someone who's never played basketball in their life.
Ratio. Caleb got ratioed.
That means that if you look at her engagement, we basically know for a fact she paid for likes. But
It looked really weird. It looked very, very weird.
Bro, he's failing on excuses on over effort and clout over character, bro. Straight up. I ain't gonna lie. He's not passing the vibe check so far. Maybe it's because he's the topic of what he's talking about, but I can't say he's passing the vibe check so far. He's not like a complete failure, but it's not looking good for old Caleb boy.
she limited who can comment because she's obviously a very brave soul that can handle. I leave my Twitter open. I let anyone.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, you're also a content creator. You also get paid for the engagement, bro. She might just be a normie that is getting harassed by your fucking community. You might be the reason her comments are turned off. Your community's probably attacking her because that's what happens when you have it's a radicalized time, bro. These people on the internet, just like yourself, getting radicalized, and you are getting radicalized when you start responding to shit like this in this fashion, right? You start responding to shit in this fashion about, looks and start rolling in the mud, bro, you're getting radicalized. Your community then feels accepted by those that are already radicalized because you're radicalized. Radicalized people are willing to follow you. So they're going to attack where you attack, bro. They're going to shit where you shit. They're going to piss where you piss, bro. That's not even a fair comparison to say. You're acting like this is leverage ground. Unless this girl's a content creator, which I don't think she is. This is wild.
No. But, there's a difference. She's probably more of a private citizen where you are a public figure.
Yes.
So the people in the room know it. So why don't you know it? You're just going to say yes, but you already said it. You already threw the shit before you had to check.
And that is valid.
So she probably saw the comments coming through.
So are you saying anything else besides this is valid?
Oh shit.
Caleb's people are holding back.
Yeah, no, for sure. There was no reason to fully dunk on her, but just playing into
Listen,
the fun
guys,
thing.
people saying that he doubled down. Keep in mind, it takes more than a day to change your mind. Okay? Sometimes it takes a little more time.
That's cool, but it's also way easier to say some good words, pop a gut on Twitter than it is to actually do some serious reflection. Was that tweet that you ended your past video on real reflection, or was that just him saying what he has to say to ride the coattails and use the out that you're giving him?
And if you guys that someone might retweet you. Oh, that's the game. That's the game. If you're playing that game the moment you post. And I got ratioed. Paid ratioed, but I got ratioed.
I mean, she
Bro, cope, bro. Excuses. That's excuses.
did get him with this one. I don't really understand. I mean, Caleb pulled his post down, so I don't know the specifics.
I don't think I deleted the post at that point.
Just let me talk, Caleb.
Twitter post after I watched Papa Gut's video because I was like, there's some bad criticism here, and I want to reassess how I do Twitter. So I went through and I deleted some posts that don't really align with how I want my Twitter to flow.
I love that. I know what it is. It's a nose ring thing. I might have to get one of these.
She looks weird.
To repel all the most irritating males. And then he's like, look at her. I guess he's trying to indicate she's ugly. I don't understand.
I think I might be in the minority.
I don't
the
think
sound of
I
it.
think it's just a bad picture. You're a minority.
Well, that
I think you're a minority, Caleb. Understand? Why are you getting triggered over girls wanting to repel gross guys unless you're a gross guy?
no. That
True.
wasn't silly.
This is
The
big.
point
It's not
was,
silly.
The other thing too is, dudes, girls can get away with calling other girls ugly, but dudes calling girls ugly is just cringe as fuck. Point blank. Period. If you're a dude trying to come at a girls for her looks, bro, every girl looks better than every man. Hey, what are we talking about? What are we talking about, bro? You're cringe as fuck for doing that. That's a girl on girl thing, bro. Let's just, bro, I can't even. I don't think I can articulate how gross that is to me.
Yeah, because that's a response, an active response. That's an active response. Her saying, I want to get a nose ring to get rid of irritating males. And your active response is to call her ugly. It means that you are siding yourself
Bro, you're siding yourself with ugly males and you're proving her goddamn point.
with irritating males. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know what to tell you. That's when people are talking about the nose ring here. It's a fucking nose ring. Nobody thinks the nose rings are unattractive. It's weak.
Well, it depends on where the nose ring is.
Papa, I will be honest, Papa. There's an entire corner of the internet of the septum ring theory that
Yeah.
it might be worth looking into.
I've already looked into it. They're weird losers online.
I find it attractive. I think it's fun to make fun of. Again, the
Our guest for tomorrow's upload.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Septum
ready.
piercing.
I'm so ready. I'm ready.
Oh yeah, but that one's fucking crazy.
That one's
Double
super
down,
crazy.
Caleb.
Oh.
Make it spicy.
The Best Buy, the Best Buy and now GameStop girl, septum piercing. She's
yes.
hot.
Yes.
She's fucking.
It can be a make or break.
Yeah, somebody criticized that girl and
And
basically defended the person criticizing her. What the fuck are you talking about?
Make as in it makes you look extremely.
This whole conversation is cringe as fuck. What the fuck? A nose ring does not make or break somebody's looks. It's an accessory, bro. And like honestly, you probably don't think she's cute because she attacked you, or you think she's an idiot, or like your own personal thing that's going on the inside is changing how you perceive this person. Same with the other chick that's going on your show or whatever. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? This is cringe, bro.
Attractive.
You 30 years old talking about all this.
On Reddit, X, TikTok, and any other social platform.
Bro, I want to get to when they start talking. It's so bad.
Why comment on this?
Engagement. If I'm just being completely candid and honest,
It's because Caleb believes what he's saying. You can tell by what he's talking about.
Amen. Yes, you can.
it was for numbers.
It's not for numbers. You can
Nope.
tell.
That was a game. That was a numbers.
But even your comment of saying it is, puts you money over morals, baby.
Why not?
So you feel money is over moral, your clout over character, and your excuses over effort so far.
How she didn't need the ring card.
Wild.
Whoa, it's fucking cringe.
My opinion.
Then this is, and then it's like, this is not the way. What the fuck are you doing here? From Caleb, it's like, obviously.
Yeah, I call that Trump. Absolutely, for sure. He could have had a good response and no one said he was good. But he was doubling down. It was stupid. It was stupid. Rob Reiner should not be cheerful of that death.
Do you see Trump being fucking idiot about it? Oh wait, that's fucked up.
Bro, I love that people have to call themselves centrist because Donald Trump does so much that you can't defend.
But even this, what are you doing here? This is normal for Donald Trump. He is a fucking freak.
Or regardless of any opinion on Trump, I mean, I'm just going to call out the state.
It's not an opinion. It's a fact.
No, this is the point that's specific. Trump is a right wing. Trump is a right wing, and you don't call him out. The proportionate energy that you call out cringe Twitter girls. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Which is cringe as fuck.
He's blaming Rob Reiner for dying, saying it's his fault because he wasn't a Trump fan.
Wild statement. Again, 12th time I've said it in this stream. Donald Trump putting himself into a family dynamic that led to a child killing his parents and making him the centerpiece of that conversation, the centerpiece of that whole dynamic, is a wildly egotistical, narcissistic, crazy man God complex thing to do. Period.
It's insane, and we're like, hey, this isn't right. And then there's some fucking old Twitter girl with a nose piercing, and you're having a fucking meltdown about it. That's the point. The
Right.
energy is disproportionate. Well, that's the point that I'm making, Caleb.
Just like anyone else, I'm dunking on their tweets specifically, not their overall.
Humanize, like, they're literally indiscriminately bombing boats that might have drugs in them without due process. Like we're America. We're not supposed to be killing people indiscriminately without due process. I don't understand why. And this isn't even
Get to my tweets.
acting like a fucking report. You continuously skipping this context is like driving me fucking nuts. Here's Caleb talking to
It's
us.
amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, we love
this
Brent.
guy back on again. I should probably take a look at that.
He says he's gonna sue us. Oh, we're terrified. My lawyers are
With what
shaking in
money?
their boots.
With what money?
Oh no, you signed the same legal contract that exists pretty much everywhere. Fucking retard. Sorry, Papa.
Whoa! This is another clip for his thing.
Oh!
God bless. Okay, I don't even know what the fuck context this is.
What's the?
Oh, this is. Oh, right. This is.
Oh yeah, just saying that Trump's response to that.
Say, what a shit response. The death of political foes is not something to meme, honor, or celebrate. Okay, just to be clear, it's not just a meme, honor, or celebrate. This is him justifying it. So just want to be absolutely clear.
It was pissing
What
on
else do
the
you think he was
brain.
going to say? Not sure which way you lean, but the fact that you're surprised at this gives me an indication. This person is 100% correct, by the way. This is not really that surprising for Donald Trump. He is constantly escalating political violence. He's a fucking insane freak. And true. Caleb goes, It's a oh, fact.
Uh,
what? Am I an It's a fact. Leftist for calling out a bad response from Trump. No, this person was saying that you are right leaning because you're surprised. That's actually.
I don't know about that one.
It's a fact. We're not having a debate right
When
now.
I went back and looked to see if I missed it, let me.
He's not understanding.
I'll pull up my Twitter. Can we pull up my Twitter real quick?
This person was calling you right wing.
So let's see. Here I got it.
What are you talking? What does he need to pull up Twitter for? What is he doing?
He's trying to defend himself with excuses, Papa. Mr. Gut.
Calling you right wing.
I might be reading this wrong. Tell me, guys, because if I'm reading it wrong.
He's even worse at Twitter than me. What the fuck is he doing? Why is he doing this?
So after Trump's thing, this guy said, what else did you think he was going to say? Not sure which way you lean, but the fact that you're surprised at this gives me an indication, LML. To me, it's someone
You're
who
wrong,
I thought was more on the left saying, oh, you're shocked that Trump would say this? Hey, if you know that he always says crazy shit, you wouldn't be surprised. He must be right-wing.
That's what he's saying.
That's what I thought.
Your comment response was that, like, your comment response is that he was pointing left-wing.
You can find down here by saying in no way, shape,
The comment response that you put out there.
This feels perfectionism over progress. Because you're trying to present yourself to be perfect and not making mistakes, and you're not copping to it.
We'll have to get to it.
So I think this guy was trying to say that wait.
Caleb, you said that he was calling you on the left.
You were right.
It doesn't
on
matter.
The first track was
It doesn't matter because he's going to get to the context.
right. That
Oh wait, no, what Papa's saying is correct then actually, if I'm reassessing that. Because
There you go.
okay, I was seeing this as someone on the right
Yeah.
saying I'm on the left because I'm surprised, like calling out. Okay, no, you know what, Papa read it correct.
I know. It's true. W's all around, guys. Thank you. W's all around, Caleb. The internet needs to shut down. You'll have lost objectivity. You can't decide if I'm far right or far left, and neither of those are just. He said, I obviously don't like that word. Caleb, I love you.
He doesn't like the retard word.
we respect his right
And we
to
respect
not
that.
use the word retard.
We like now the battery's dead on here, Wes. We gotta.
Whoa, you're killing the battery with the arsenal, bro.
Oh, these are fucked.
Whoa! If anybody's here, if people that's not making that doesn't understand what this person is saying. But, like, this person is.
I'll delete that one. I'll delete that one.
Don't delete it, own it. And we're gonna get to this conversation.
100%.
Women love me. Women love me. They love this the most.
Papa's great.
This is what women love the most, dude.
He really does a great
My
job
wife's kid.
of balancing,
Being a
letting a
goofy.
video play, and then his commentary is always
It's perfect.
spot on.
Did we got him?
Yes, sir.
Look at that.
Hey, look at that. That's beautiful.
Damn, that
I,
thing is shiny.
I just trimmed down. I had to go to a wedding. It was a great time.
Welcome, Papa. Thanks for calling in.
Incredible.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you have it? Were you watching live to see what I was saying?
I was watching. I wanted to see what we got here. You skipped a few things for time's sake. I understand, but you did skip the part where I showed Charlie Kirk mocking Paul Pelosi for getting beaten with a hammer, then pushing the conspiracy that his gay lover actually broke in and beat him with the hammer, and then said an American patriot should bail out the guy that beat him with the hammer. A Caleb hammer. So I just wanted to show that that's the energy he puts out there, just to add on to it. I'm not saying he deserved to die. All I'm saying is I don't think Rob Reiner did that. Just saying.
Well, okay, yeah. No, I mean, that's fucking shitty. I hate the cheering on for anyone.
That's pretty
violent.
crazy. That's pretty fucked up. It's pretty intense.
But I think you legit had some, we had a little fun on Twitter, and by we I mean me. I was going a little hard. You know, I'll be honest, dude. There is something truly addicting about that engagement. There really is. And literally, after I think I had.
Dude, yeah, the whole freaking all of society is getting destroyed by engagement and like chasing, bro. You are not new to the party, and you're 30 years old, bro. You should be fully aware of this.
2 days on Twitter that I was monetized before a pay cycle hit. I got $2,000 for 2 days.
Wow. You know what's funny? They took.
I told you, he's a finance bro, so all he cares and all he's looking at is the money. It's the only avenue he cares, and like that's the only outcome he's looking at about his content.
Me out of the creator fund.
He thinks he's doing well and doing good if money's coming in. Just like Logan and Jake Paul.
Because I guess I didn't get enough views because I don't do like engagement stuff. When I do, I get views, but like I don't. I'm trying to keep my brand like stream and then clips. You know, I'm trying to.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunately, I don't do too well on there, but I do well on other platforms. So it is what it is. You know.
So I think, you know, one thing, we were talking about this over text yesterday, that just a little insight for the audience. I think one thing that has led me to want to dunk more on the far left people specifically versus the far right is because those are the people that I have taken more personally because they have come after me. Where like,
Bro, that's just poor character. That's just like being a weak man, bro. They come after you because they don't know you. Fuck. You have something to teach these people. There's a higher likelihood that your conservative part of your audience already understands some sort of financial literacy. The left does not, brother. So instead of just attacking them back, why don't you try to like open your arms, give them charity and mercy, and hope that they can walk away with a couple grains of like truth and lessons from you, man. Oh wait, because the only thing you care about is receiving money for the energy you put online. You don't care about other people's impact. You don't care about making people better. You don't care about your outcome and how you impact other people. At least you don't care as much as you do the bottom line, Mister. 2 days I got monetized and made $2,000.
Come after me about anything. Even when I had the governor of Michigan on, even leading into it when they didn't even know what we talked about, like no one, they're like, oh, I don't like her, but but W for having an open conversation, people on the right, but people on the left, on like far left, like in like my snark sub and all this stuff on Reddit, they've tried to legitimately ruin my life. They've tried to take like as we.
Bro, that's Reddit. That's not even like leftist, bro. That's brain rotted people on Reddit. That's not leftist.
Where me and a couple friends are joking,
Damn.
and they're trying to be like, Caleb's a pedophile. And it's like they overdo everything, trying to say that I smear poop on the wall, like which is my favorite thing. And now the big accusation is that I'm actually a homosexual.
Wow. Well, you did say that girl was ugly, Caleb, so I can understand the conversation.
Not my type.
I agree with you on that one. I listen.
Go ahead.
I just think she's attractive. I guess I was wrong on that.
She's
So
cute.
the
Yeah, she's
new
fine.
accusation-
You don't have to be attractive.
It's just cringe for dudes to say that about females in general.
But I will say, because they would also push that one false accusation that like you were creepy with that girl. In the one breath, she would say, "Oh, he made me scared to be alone in the room with him," and then 2 seconds later, she's criticizing you for not driving her home for half an hour. It's like it makes no sense, right?
Exactly.
So I agree. I understand 100%. I've been there 100%. When on TikTok, when I was bigger, I had a huge snark audience myself. So I understand what it's like to get caught up in like the pipeline of getting so frustrated with criticism coming from the left that it makes you turn right. Me personally, for my philosophy, I've developed like a philosophy of like I find that to be a weakness for myself to allow that to affect me too much.
Amen.
Which has helped me stay on track. So
Yeah, for sure. And that makes sense. I definitely don't know if it's pushed my political views at all, but it
Oh,
has
100%, buddy.
made me want to dunk on those types of
That's how you know it is, because it changed who you are. Made you want to dunk means it's impacted your philosophy and your perspective.
Now it just makes me question every cancellation that the far left has done. Like ever. After what they've done to me and after the things they've said, the most insane bullshit.
Bro, what have they done to you?
So those are the
Said some
people
shit
that
on
I
Reddit?
wanted to go after more. And I think there is a certain
Bro, talk him like you were talking Noah. Bro, what have they done to you? Talk to him about Reddit? What have they done? I might not be hip, but what have they done?
see a little more of the far
Gave an opinion that isn't sucking your booty hole?
or kick or something like that. I don't really use those platforms. But,
well,
I
I saw a little bit in your chat, but just before. So I just to be clear, they did. I'm not gonna. I want to be clear. I don't want to do what you were unintentionally doing before. You were showing the Jewish attack that happened in Australia. And you were talking about how like there are left-wing freaks who were sitting here and they were like basically who cares, and they were being very insensitive to Jewish people. There were 3 people within like 30 seconds in your chat that were like, well, Israel is bad, or saying like, well, the Jews do control the world, and like pushing these insane anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in your own chat.
That is
And
insane.
if
I
I
didn't see
and
that,
the point
but-
that I'm saying, no, I know you didn't see it.
But you're cultivating it. You should be seeing it.
If I was gonna have that similar energy, I could highlight just those 3 people and go like, look at what's going on in Caleb's chat. He's a far right-wing extremist, which I think is this
The seeds are being planted in his community.
similar way of what like you were doing, even if it's unintentional, where you're highlighting like extremist morons on Twitter and going like, look, this is representative of the left. And I think that that's the implication people are getting, even if you don't mean it to be, because like you're an influencer. You know that like if you don't qualify everything you say, people are open to interpretation, and that's where the dog whistle comes in. And people are allowed to interpret it whatever way they want, and they can interpret that as an extreme right wing, extreme left wing, and that's something personally I wouldn't want in my audience. That's why I try to be careful and qualify everything that I say.
That's fair, and I definitely dropped the ball and failed on the one about the Rob Reiner, where I just took one tweet. That is 100% where I cherry picked. And Destiny called me out. You called me out.
did he?
I had a lot of people calling me out. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
So I got valid hate there, and I deleted the tweet.
Destiny's in your orbit, bro. Bro, Papa said he don't like Hassan, which then when I saw Hassan like gave him shine, told people to go check him out because like obviously I'm over here saying he passed his vibe check too, bro. He's doing some good work. I feel like these guys might have been on the internet too long or something, bro. You care about what Destiny got to say, bro? You give a fuck about what Destiny got to say? Who gives a fuck about what Destiny got to say?
Yesterday, I will say on that Australian one though.
See, he just gives me the energy. He'll say whatever and like try to get like he'll agree with you until like you let him loose. But he might not be far right, but he don't like the left. That's not center, bro. That's right. I'm not saying far right. I'm saying, bro, you on the right, bro. McCain right.
It was literally. I mean, Brandon Lindsay guys.
He just doesn't own it, and that shit pissed me off.
Limited how many photos I could upload. It was like Palestinian flags in bio.
Yeah,
galore.
I'm sure.
Thousands of people
There's a fucking genocide.
tweeting how Troy has lost their respect and he deserves to be canceled because he said it's sad that some Jews died.
Yeah, well, I think that there's two big things I'd say. Is like one, your algorithm is feeding you anti-left content. It's like, and you said you're actively looking for anti-left content, but that's like what's happening. Because in the video, and I show it, and I know it's too long for you to look at. I didn't get any of those like messages under the things that I look at because like I don't have like an anti-left kind of, you know what I mean? So like the algorithm is actively feeding you comments. Even on TikTok,
Amen.
we call it TikTok time. We watch TikToks we send each other. Her comments are very different from my comments. The comments exist to intentionally get you to engage, not to have a good time, but to get you to engage.
Probably because the platforms bought themselves.
It's getting you to engage with anti-leftist content. I think it's also important to note that there are a ton of bot accounts that are just dumping in to try to outrage farm, especially on Twitter, for as much money as possible. That's a huge thing on there too.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. You know, I watched your video yesterday and I was like, it's fair. You know, I've been having too much fun on Twitter.
Bro, and the fact that you think this is fun is fucking crazy to me. How is this fun? How is talking shit to people online fun? You're 30 years old, bro. You have a full company. You have plenty of things to be working on and doing, but you're having fun donkey. Bro, have fun by getting a workout in. Have fun by, like, taking a walk. We're having fun by dunking on people on the left, and we're trying to act like we're a centrist, and we're not, like on the right? But that's fun? Why, because they attacked you and you gotta be a little man just like them?
Kind of playing into this, I wanted to build it to above 100,000 subscribers or followers, whatever. And you know,
Clout over character.
now that we've kind of hit there and I'm getting the engagement, so I was like, you know what, I actually want to focus on like the actual passion I have. So building a business, you know, I love scaling the business, you know, building an app and all that stuff. And personal finance is the show we do here. And then also I really do want to call out extremists because you know me, you know more about my political beliefs than other people. I really am not right. As annoying it is, I do really try to be as objective as possible, just go with where the facts are.
Sure. Yeah.
I just want to call out extremism as much as I see.
Then you would be calling out Donald Trump. There's nobody in this world who's doing more extremist harm to our country and to this globe than Donald fucking Trump.
That's what I want my Twitter to be now. Instead of just retweeting.
You're grifting to the right so that you can get views.
You know, septum piercing to keep people away. You know,
Was that person trans? Was that?
The second one, the one I tweeted second.
Oh, okay.
Was trans. And then, you know, the person I'm not attracted to, but I guess everyone else is. Like, it's just, it's just like...
Guaranteed, if this never happened, saw her at a bar, he did on her.
What I want to do now is, you know, if I have a platform there, I think I just want to call out extremism. And do
Then you'd be calling out Trump.
Listen, I have a Tesla. I love Tesla. And I know you're not the biggest Elon fan, if I remember right. But I wanted to call out.
Bro, and that's the other side of knowing someone's on the damn right, is when they try to shoehorn fucking Elon Musk into a conversation, bro. Fuck him. Who gives a fuck?
You know, on my most recent tweet, let's put it on screen yesterday. Like, I hate when these people are so stupid about not understanding equity positions in a company versus cash on hand. And I just, you know,
Is it gonna be somebody talk about net worth of Elon Musk? Oh, is that on my end?
Oh, Papa, you there?
Yeah, was that you or guys or me? They were saying.
I think that was us.
Okay.
That was us.
Okay.
That was us.
Sorry, what were you
But
saying?
either way,
You're talking
it was,
about Elon Musk's money, like his net worth.
he hit a net worth of $600 million, and I wanted to call it like that's not cash he has. It is literally untold stocks, and you know I wanted to call it more the economics of it. And people talking about like, oh, he can solve a lot of problems, and I'm like, yo, I quit.
Well, let him finish.
Because he's literally paying billions of dollars in salaries on a yearly basis and employing hundreds of thousands of people. That's like, and I want to.
A lot of people on H-1B visas, though. We got to get more Americans in here. Okay.
Bro, you could limit how much shares Elon Musk can have, and I know it's equity, but that equity could be held in a fund that goes towards fucking pensions. And is he paying billions of dollars in payroll? Is he? I mean, that seems... I don't even know if Google's gonna give me a good one. 140,000 globally. Obviously, this is like crude as hell because we're on AI here, right? Bro, let's say 120. That might get you there. Might get you there. I feel like 120 would be, so 140,000 employees, and if the average salary we're getting paid out was 120,000, that'd be $16 billion. What if it was 80? Because I bet you, because the idea is that you'd have more factory workers than engineers. I'm assuming, right? Still be $11 billion. All right, so he has $11 billion. So he's worth being $600 billion because he's paying out. So he's worth $600 billion because on his payroll there's $16 billion of money. Like, what are we talking about? How does that even add up? The $16 billion that Elon Musk owns should be going into a pension fund for employees. That's what used to happen back when this nation was great.
Attention to it because people just see big number and they think big number bad and not any actual benefit.
Sure.
Now, I think there's valid things to absolutely call out. I just think the net worth position alone and just seeing big numbers bad is just stupid to me.
Well, I would say specifically my criticism of Elon Musk's massive net worth is that he was able to leverage his net worth of owning Tesla to buy X, without any actual cash on hand. I think a lot of the things that people are frustrated about is that, like, you can literally leverage your net worth, and you could say, I want to buy a thing. I'm going to take out a loan from the bank that I don't have to pay taxes on, and then I can use it as daily income, or I can use it to buy stuff. So it's not cash on hand, but there is definitely a
Facts. Spit popple.
value that it has, or else he wouldn't be able to literally leverage it to buy.
Mr. Gut.
And so
No, that's a flaw in our tax system. Honestly, it's because
It's not a flaw in our tax system. It's designed by those who can abuse the tax system to. Like, it's there on purpose. It is not a flaw. It is not an oversight. It is specifically written by lobbyist groups from their CEO handlers, or from their billionaire handlers, to make sure that they can have as much leverage as possible. This is not like some sort of flaw that is an oversight. This is something that is designed by those writing our tax code.
capital gains,
And he has to know that. And if he doesn't know that, he's not legit in finance.
especially on state levels, are so flawed that it makes them not.
They're not flawed. They're written by the billionaires and the court and the people and like the owner class, the capitalist class. That's what lobbyism's for. That's why it's there.
Mathematical sense for people to borrow to take cash because the tax gain on money that, for example,
The $600 billion used to go into pensions. That's where that money should still be. Those stocks and options should be held in a pension for the future payments to employees. In the same way, it could be leveraged in a bank, and that loan that you get from the $600 billion in stock could be leveraged to pay out every year. Could be leveraged to pay out fucking retirees.
they probably won't get into all that.
Well, I don't. Like I said, I skipped it. Are dead. They were possibly killed by the sun. I don't.
Fuck, I went backwards.
No, I hate breaking news.
Get not right. As annoying it is, I do really try.
The flawed system, areas where our money's not going into the right things. Overall, we have a very productive system that creates educated workers for him to hire, functioning roads for him to deliver things that he may or may not need to deliver, and he's able to benefit from it. And if he fails out, he doesn't completely bottom out to the point where he will be homeless because he can go bankrupt. And so, like, we have a lot of protections in the United States.
I get that, and I do think the one thing that would be said on that is, if I'm not mistaken, he has paid. He paid.
I'm back it up a little bit.
Somebody talk about that with Elon Musk. Oh, is that on my end?
I system, honestly, it's because our capital gains, especially on state levels, are so flawed that it makes more mathematical sense for people to borrow against their positions to take cash, because the tax gain on money that, you know, for example, me, I don't own any stock in any company that I've like started, right? I mean, I own 100% of this, but this isn't a publicly traded company by any means. So I'm taxed on the money that I earn, and then I put money into a stock, and then I'm taxed on the money that the after selling the stock. So I understand why a lot of people want to, you know, they end up borrowing against their positions.
Sure.
But I guess I get that. So he didn't. So your big criticism there is he didn't have to liquidate his position to pay taxes on it to then use that money to buy Twitter.
Yeah, my biggest position is that like he.
Oh my God, it was so hard to get around Caleb's biggest hatred of when people are like, oh, big number bad. Big number bad because big number lets you abuse the fucking system. Big number's bad because no one should have that much influence. No one person should have that much concentration of wealth. I don't care if it's not in a liquid state. It could still be valued on a balance sheet in other ways for as more people. Again, this is the value that used to go towards pensions. It may have been handled differently, but this is the value that used to do that. And what was a pension? It was a percentage of your salary that was promised to you until the day you died. But instead of doing that, we give billions and billions of wealth to certain individuals. It's sickening and maddening, and you're backing it up. You might not be a political right person, but you're a capitalist right person. You're protecting the ruling class. You're a class traitor. Straight up. Mr. Guts showing it.
He's able to like not pay himself a meaningful income and still avoid paying federal taxes, despite the fact that he benefits tremendously off of federal taxes through schooling, police, fire department, roads, bridges, highways, just general safety. If he goes bankrupt, that's a protection in the United States. I think that's.
He gets subsidized. For years, the only reason Tesla was able to turn profit and stay afloat is because he was getting our taxpayer dollars.
Overlook. He won't be completely ruined.
He built a solar panel company so he could get more of our taxpayer dollars. Fuck Elon Musk. His dad owned an emerald mine in the most segregated country in the world in the modern times. It was segregated in my lifetime. And his dad owns an emerald mine, Blood Diamonds. He owns the mines that create blood diamonds. Great movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. Go watch it, Blood Diamond.
We have, despite the flawed system and you know areas where our money's not going into the right thing, overall we have a very productive system that creates educated workers for him to hire, functioning roads for him to deliver things that he may or may not need to deliver. And he's able to benefit from.
Bro, either he don't understand or he like getting put in a corner here.
So like we have a lot of protections in the United States.
I get that, and I do think the one thing that would be said on that is, if I'm not mistaken, he paid the largest income tax in the history of the United States when he took some cash personally home about a year ago.
Okay.
So he
Should be every year. Should be every year. He's about to be a fucking trillionaire every year since he's hitting new. If you hit a new level of wealth, you should be every single time one of these dickheads hit the richest person in the world type status, they should be setting a new record in income taxes. That shouldn't be something applauded. That should be something expected.
I think I definitely see where you're coming from though, but you know that's kind of what I think I want to tweet about more now. It's like when it was just like big number bad, I just want to be like, well, there are some benefits. It's not just say it's a big number. There's billions in payroll.
Bro, you are a class traitor, and this is why I had to stop working in finance, because it makes you a shell for the people who benefit from profit over people. And you built wealth, and you've like built an echo chamber that makes you feel like you're just like you only see your perspective and only see it this way. But this is a shit argument when it comes to like benefiting society.
Payroll taxes, payroll is income taxes. They're paying into the unemployment. And those payrolls are getting Social Security tax, which then pays for.
Cool. None of that. All that outweigh all the subsidies we've given them.
Other than just when people.
And then, like, other people are giving their energy, so then, like, oh, he's making it so they can pay income tax. Brother, they need to work somewhere. Someone needs to pay everybody. Everyone needs to have a job. If we don't have jobs in America, based off of how we built our society, America falls apart, which is what we are witnessing. Elon Musk isn't the only one hiring people. And it's not, like, you're talking about my taxes. Like you're telling me if I was a factory, you're giving Elon Musk credit for if I was a factory worker at Tesla, and he paid me my paycheck, and those taxes went off, you're giving Elon the credit for those taxes getting paid. Even though his energy didn't create the value in the payment to get that tax sent off. You're just giving him credit for other people's work, which is why he is Elon, because he gets the credit for everyone else's work. His dad owned an emerald mine.
Do like a big flat statement, you know? That's what I kind of hate. Instead of dunking on someone for their looks now, just for engagement, I want to be like, all right, come on. This is more complicated than just big numbers.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think
It is more complicated than big bad numbers bad. And Mr. Gut showed you how you should talk about it, but you're still trying to twist the big numbers not bad thing into we still need to protect the rich. That's the problem. Morals over money, money over morals.
like the general criticism of like, hey, why is a guy worth like what is it, $500+ billion when we have like homeless people on the street or we have other problems that are going on? And he is somebody who gets massive government subsidies as well, which is great. He creates businesses, but I think that that's just a general criticism as well. Is that clearly there's a flaw, and I think one of the flaws
Some of us worship capitalism more than like God and nature.
is that the United States is very unique when it comes to Western countries, where like you can indiscriminately fire people even when you're profitable. I think that there's kind of something fucked up to you be able to be profitable because of the workers that create your profit, and then you can still downscale and replace them almost instantaneously with AI without any justifier, despite the fact that, again, you have massive protections in the United States. That's not very pro-worker. I think it's something people should at least consider, because I think that that is going to escalate the downfall of the middle and lower class.
Amen.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. You haven't thought about that, Mr. Big Numbers Not Bad, because job created? What happened when job created and we no longer need people to work factory? Then what? Then how we protect big, beautiful boss? How we protect billionaire if he don't pay hourly? Dumbass? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Bro, that's like one of the biggest topics of our generation right now.
Yeah, I mean, I want to more focus on my Twitter, but
Bro, then he keeps bringing the conversation back to his Twitter because he know he can't compete with Mr. Gut over here.
definitely.
I just wanted
I
to
get
get that
that.
out there on your show, Gil. You're a very influential guy. You're very
It's fair enough. I mean, I've had
And how are you not talking about this? Like, that's a serious financial thing he brought up. That's why I'm trying to start this data economic revolution, is so that when AI does take jobs, the robot does take the job, the information and data the AI needs to do its job, the people that created that data should be receiving the profits that that robot creates, at least a share of them. It can't just go to these corporations, because then, like I just said, what's the argument for needing a billionaire? What's the argument for needing a CEO if they're only going to pay robots to do the job and no one else is going to benefit from it? No one else can go buy groceries. No one else can go pay cars. No one else can pay an income tax because only the robots are getting paid, and they're not going to pay the robots, dumb. So they're going to build higher budgets and pay the shareholders more, which is going to raise... Bro, what are we talking about? How are you... Your whole show is financial auditing. All you care about is dunking on the left. Even on your damn show, all you do is dunking on people who don't have financial literacy or understand how making a budget. But you haven't put any thought into how our economies are going to be impacted when AI and robots are able to take even more jobs than they already are taking. You have no thought on that. No foresight on that. But you just want to talk about your Twitter. No foresight on what the next 10, 15 years are going to look like? Bro, trash. Trash. You're in the financial realm, bro. You should have an answer for this shit.
fire a few people, and I'm glad that I have the freedom to be able to fire people because they were bad at their job, you know?
Yeah, I think that
And
you should have to justify your firing. Like, if you're firing because they suck, you should be able to do it. If you're firing in a profitable era just to cut costs, I think that maybe you shouldn't be able to do that.
Amen. 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 You can't say the best thing about CEOs and billionaires is that they create jobs, and then when someone's telling you they shouldn't be allowed to get rid of those jobs they created because that is the best thing that they have done to shrink the amount of people who get to touch profits. That's all they're trying to do is shrink. You can't say, well, they create jobs, so that's good. And then someone says, yeah, but they also take away jobs, and that's bad. You'd be like, wow. Actually, it's good for the dividend in the stock price, and it makes the margins look better, so it's actually okay. What the fuck are we talking about? People can't go home and get groceries. Now we're on Snap, but oops, The most extremist president of all time is in office, so now we don't even have SNAP or healthcare benefits. So now you lost your job because they're trying to tighten the reins of who gets the benefit from the profit. They tighten the reins, you get out of your job, now you go out into the fucking streets. Hard to find a job out here on the streets, especially when that pays properly. And there's no benefits coming from the government because the most extremist person that you don't want to talk about is Donald goddamn Trump.
People we've let go throughout our company history where their jobs is, they weren't bad at their job, but their job wasn't providing value.
Bro, he's talk about me.
Where those resources
That's how he's coming across on these issues.
So that was a hard one, and we gave him very juicy severances. But it's like I like
Or don't talk about what you saw here packages.
I guess I
don't know if that's true. That might be a step too far. I'm sorry, Caleb.
I'm sure that you're right. The right of owner is on some business things and economics. I definitely think as like the owner of my business, I want to be able to just, run my business. I don't think I should be able to obviously like abuse someone or, hit someone or pollute, a river or do whatever the fuck I want. But like, if me and an employee kind of come to the agreed upon decision that like they're like, okay, I want to work for you, and I'm like, okay, here's how much money I have, and we give a handshake, and we're like, okay, we accept that contract. It's like they're also not entitled for me to endlessly pay them forever.
Sure. How would you contend with like technology displacing jobs and driving?
Bro, I mean, I hear you, but you got to give people chances, and you got to work with people. You can't just be firing people based off like vibes. The vibe's supposed to come beforehand. I mean, I guess I hear you. You do got to be able to move on when things aren't working well for the team. I do hear you. I hear that, Gil. You ain't. I think I agree. I might think about it a little longer.
In general, to be had, like, how would we deal with that? Like, if you're a profitable company, and let's say there's a new AI technology that comes out tomorrow, and it makes it so that you can cut half your workforce to make the same profit, like, do you think that it's a particularly positive thing to be able, especially for the economy, to just cut half your workforce? Do you have like a new AI tool that allows you to do that?
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. I'm happy to talk about. Well, let's talk about this point, and then let's move back to Twitter. So I'll respond to that. But I think AI is a horizon that we don't really understand. We don't. The argument that a lot of people have obviously used for AI, there's a lot of doom and gloom, and then there's the argument where it's like, okay, well, we didn't say that farmers shouldn't lose their jobs just because we invented tractors. We should, people in factories didn't lose their
But it did change. You went from needing 20, 30 farm hands to take care of your field to needing like 2. So it did change. Your workforce shrank
jobs to move to more productive services
over the years.
because we had better technology. But I understand the fear because it's a hill that no one knows what the other side.
Well, yeah, but we've also seen it when it comes to like different robotics, right? I mean, we can talk about unemployment being somewhat steady, but labor force participation rate has crashed from like 90% in the 1990s, I think, to like 63% now. Hey guys, just wanted to pop in here. I mentioned the labor force participation rate here, and like was really bugging me after I said it because I realized I was comparing the labor force participation rate at 90% of prime age men, quote unquote. It's like 25 to 44. And then I compared that to the general labor force participation rate nowadays. That's obviously stupid. 90% is ridiculous. I should have caught it myself. After the stream, I was thinking like that seems way too high. It was. So,
Bro, Papa, bro. Like, listen, I don't agree with everything that you got going on, but that doesn't matter when it comes to a vibe check. That's progress over perfection right there. I'm not trying to present myself as perfect. I'm trying to make the progress of being better. I like that, Gut. I like that, Mr. Gut. I appreciate that.
it's actually has gone from about
We'll talk about it later. I made a mistake on the Milo feature too. Vibe check.
From 2000s with a pretty big peak down to about 62, 63% now, which is a pretty significant fall off. It's been falling off for a while, and that's not taking into account the fact that we're seeing the middle class take quite a beating.
Facts.
Less strength, really just in general in the middle class, going down since the 1970s, 1980s. So my point is still there. It's just obviously I didn't want to misquote and be really fucking stupid.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gut.
And it was so bad that I just felt the need to kind of pop in and talk about it. So jobs don't exist in the same way, and we've seen whole entire factory towns where the town is dependent onto these factories shut down their factory, and it devastates the entire local population. It's getting tons of money from their factories. So we saw it with like robotics. We see what factories either automating. Yeah, we see it happening in factories either getting export it to other countries, or they're going to keep it here and they just like, you know, they'll offset like 80% of the labor for about it.
My answer to AI is that we need to form a network of people, a network like almost like a labor union, but a network of servers and way of collecting data that is both in the hands of the individual, but also benefits the individual, so that when the AI needs data to update or to learn or to do any of those things, that when that data is purchased, it goes to the hands of the people who created that data. But even better would be setting up leasing projects where if you have AI that needs constant data, then the profit that data is leading to, a percentage of that goes back to all the individuals who created said data. That relationship, in my opinion, is the best way to think about how AI taking jobs can. Because think about it, if your data is getting fed to a Wendy's AI system that's trying to generate how much traffic's in the local area, so you're driving traffic and how long, and it's, you know, how many people are around you, the same way Google does it to estimate your time. All that data is getting fed into the Wendy's fryer machine that needs to know how many fries to drop. If that data leads to profit, then I should be profiting off of it because it's my data that's like creating that value. And if we have that relationship with AI, we could be talking about something where we all have money coming in. Again, dimes not winning the lottery, trickling of dimes. You may still have to work. I'm not saying that. You might have to have like a little side business, but I think you could get to a relationship where that AI is generating so much profit that every individual is getting subsidized in their way of life, so they don't need to work as much, or they don't need to stress finance as much, or at least things can be more stable, and we can have a better relationship with technology around us.
And I think AI is coming up to be something similar to that. And I think that as time goes on, we've got to figure out how to deal with these technologies and make sure that middle-class Americans are still taken care of. And personally, I have a more conservative take on this. I'm more of a negative income tax, like Milton Friedman guy, on how we could potentially deal with that. But that's probably a different conversation for a different day.
Yeah, for sure. There's gonna have to be some kind of solution, I'm sure, in a couple hundred years. Who knows how quick
Maybe like 5 to 10 years.
We don't know, because a lot of people think a lot of the layoffs are. We haven't seen statistically in the actual numbers that a lot of the.
Bro, he's delusional. He's delusional. He reads the newspaper.
Due to AI, what we do know is
Motherfucker got post-it notes.
hired and interest rates have been high for a while.
You got these laptops just to fool you. What the fuck?
And when interest rates are this high compared to historic lows for this long, it's typically followed by a recession. So a lot of businesses aren't really investing in hiring or building out things right now. But also, in Texas, the second highest laid off field this year so far, the federal government being number one. So a lot of people
That's
are
crazy.
Associating that with also the rise of AI at the same time, which I think is fair. We're just not seeing a lot of the jobs being replaced in an actual approvable metric way, where we're seeing lots of layoffs via overcorrection through stock prices go up and people get lay off. It's an easy way to get stock prices go up. Also, tax overhired a few years ago.
They're saying, God damn, they hit record high profits because they fired people. The fuck? Who the fuck cares about record high profits if only 7 people benefit from it? The fuck are we talking about? What are you defending? What the fuck?
So, you know, it is complicated.
There was an overhiring. I do think there's an overhiring in the software world. I do think that these software developers in today's world could be doing a lot of great things through a work program through the government. Like, they need to be everywhere. They need to be building software that helps. So many different things could be on it. Just
I'm curious about AI. I just don't want to put my stake in the ground and say I know what's going to happen with AI. I'm sure within 100 to 200 years we'll have to do something.
Well, I think that's a little.
Dude, he's delusional. He doesn't understand his impact or his time on Earth. 100 to 200 years, bro. This shit is 10 to 15 years away. And he's saying 5 to 10. The impact is already on us. You don't understand the economy if this is what you're saying about AI. 100 years? You're saying that AI won't matter until 2035? Wait, what would that be? 2,125? The fuck are we talking about?
In the next 5 to 10 years. I mean, we're already talking about.
Yeah, we'll see. I just don't want to be as confident.
Just to be clear, I'm not just talking about AI. I'm talking about technology in general, right? I mean, we're already getting to the point of like self-driving vehicles. That's either going to put truck drivers out of work, or it's going to reduce or it's going to create a justification to pay them lower. And that's like the most popular job in 27 states, right? So I'm not just talking about AI, general trends with technology. Again,
Bro, how does Papa Gut know your field better than you, bro? This is like a feature artist coming onto your track and dropping a hotter fucking verse. Like, dude, you're supposed to be the finance guy, and he's eating your shorts. You're just respitting some basic finance 101 shit when you talk about stock. Oh my god, bro. The stock market centric people are out of touch, bro. They just don't know what the fuck's going on anymore in the economy.
That are kind of getting fucked over, I think, in a lot of instances, which is one of the reasons why they're so frustrated.
Yeah, that's why I like advocating for some trades, because don't really see that being AI real soon.
Yeah, I don't think that's...
It might happen with like Optimus or something, but you know, we'll see.
I think that trade jobs are somewhat safe. They're not like menial labor, so you can't really automate them as easily as like somebody flipping burgers or something like that. So.
But yeah, going into the Twitter, yeah, I think so. I went back and I deleted some tweets, not out of like regret.
Oh my gosh.
It's not like
Craziness, guys.
Calling a woman ugly. It's not anything like that. But
Mr. Gut here is.
Woman being ugly.
Bro, then how are you going back to ugly, bro? You just went from a conversation talking about how the economy... Bro, this man thinks AI isn't going to mess up the economy or impact the economy for 100 fucking years. I mean, God bless, man. From the school of Warren Buffett, for sure.
What I was even like trying to do on Twitter. Like it was the most out there thing. Like it didn't really have anything to do with anything that I was doing. So
you're going for a dunk on the SJWs on that one.
Kind of. I mean, really, it was more. She was like, "Oh, I need a septum piercing to keep guys away," and I'm like, "Is that really what's doing it?"
Well, there's a couple of ones, because the other girl too. Because I remember I watched the base post in the video, and the base post was like, "Oh, this girl was at the."
Is that the last topics I wanted to hear about?
Like, oh, she's cute. Then somebody zeroed in on a nose piercing, and there was a guy that's like, "Ew, gross," basically. And so girls were like, "Oh, I guess I should get a septum piercing to kind of not attract weird losers," which I think is somewhat valid.
Maybe. I mean, there's septum piercing theory on the internet, which is just kind of funny, and we do it on Financial Audit. But Brandon and I, we're pure gooners, and the GameStop girl, we would,
She's beautiful.
Misogynistic. That's the word for Caleb. What the fuck, bro? Even this is weird, bro. You're 30. Why are you saying this about people, bro? You don't need. This doesn't need to be your impact or legacy, man.
I know that. Well, what's your take on Frogan? I saw you eye tracking on her breasts before when I was watching your stream.
I'm incredibly not attracted to her. However,
I think she's beautiful. I'm married, of course, but I think that she's beautiful, guys. Okay, just so that you guys know.
She has nice eyes.
She's nice. She's a nice person. Well, she's a bad person. She's a nice looking person. She's a bad person. I think that her inside makes her outside look worse.
Bro, they're making fun of the fact that she don't show herself, bro. These guys are fucking ignorant.
You know what I mean?
Wow, what if she wants military people to get PTSD? Yeah, that's pretty not great.
Oh, I can't wait for you to get my gift, by the way, Caleb. You're gonna love it.
Oh, I'm excited.
You're gonna love it.
So I went through and just deleted a couple tweets because I just want to refocus. I'm leaving up some of the political, I want to go less on the actual political things, more on the economic things. So like the Elon thing, and for what it's worth, if we go back to that, manufacturing like the Rust Belt where I'm from in Michigan really got hit with that automation. But I think worthy of celebrating for Elon is we went to the Tesla factory here in Texas, and that's pure jobs in making cars where the Rust Belt got destroyed, like Detroit got destroyed.
That's his lowest form of. That's his lowest type of job, bro. Factory production, $41,000 to $48,000 a year, or less, according to some reports. So he's out here saying, good on him. He's worth having $600 billion because he's making sure everyone gets paid $41,000 to $48,000 a year. Bro, 50, 60. To me, the number is 60. You got to get up to 60 to be able to keep up with today's time with housing, everything else. 60,000 if you're by yourself. If you have two people in the house, you got to be making like 120, not 200.
Working in one place, having good paying jobs, and I think that's
again 41 to 48,000. Majority of managers,
a big number, like people on Twitter. I'm not saying I don't think you're angry at just like the big number. You had.
Oh no, I have like a general criticism. I mean, if I was Elon Musk, I'd probably take advantage of the system too, right? I think humans.
I wouldn't.
Naturally,
it's dumb as fuck.
To kind of regulate that governmentally, to kind of de-escalate. So, like, he's trying to get as much money as possible. I get it. I mean, it's a little frustrating.
I don't think humans are naturally greedy. I think we're forced to be that way because we have scarcity.
Not so much now with the whole Epstein's List thing, but...
and it makes me just a a little nervous sometimes, you know, when we get like big number bad and we're like, oh, you know, I wish it would be more effective to have that tax money be spent. I'm like, you know, the homelessness in California has only gone up where they spent $40 billion since 2019.
I do agree with this. I do think bureaucracy is not the way. I think you have to put money and power in individuals' hands for solutions to be found. You know what I'm saying? You probably have better. The private-public relationship needs to be waxed. That's why you need a president with character and morals to fight lobbyism and change the private-public relationship, bro. Like what he's talking about is, again, because of capitalism, because of the people he defends, the billionaires he defends, writing our tax code and how the government operates, lobbying for certain things, campaigning a certain way, only backing certain type of candidates, are the reasons that we can't get shit done on the left or the fucking right.
California specifically.
Well, I also don't think that we have historically done a particularly good job at dealing with homeless people. I mean, if we had to look at the issue isn't just that they don't have houses. The issue is that they don't have jobs, and that once you're on the street, whether you're on the street because of a mental health problem or not, once you're on the street, you are developing a mental health issue. It is a traumatic experience.
Amen.
On the street. And so, like, we're at a point where those people, we should try to help them, but they're probably far gone. That's a lot. You need a lot of social work investment, but it's more about how do we prevent that from happening in the future. And I think that that's like a job focus.
I agree.
I don't necessarily see. Maybe that's for me, Mr. Gut. He kind of is like writing people off. I think you have to have rehabilitation and prevention. Maybe you put prevention before rehabilitation, but two-pronged approach, bro. You need to rehabilitate those that are there, and you need to stop any more from coming.
I agree. Like,
this is how these two agree.
Once when I was doing live streams, 50% of the people who become homeless, not well homeless, but become homeless, 50% are either due to a drug addiction or mental health issues.
Oh, yeah.
Those are really hard to deal with. So 50%. But the other 50% is through like a domestic abuse situation, or through losing a job, or through rent going up. Those are more addressable. And I would like to us figure out.
All of those are addressable.
Yeah,
I don't know how to fix the drug addiction.
You create social services so that individuals don't have to do it on their own. So that when people can't take care of themselves, there's a system, a net of people that can help take care of them. And, like, sure, some are going to be so combative and so, like, in the addiction that they're going to end up homeless anyway. Cool. There needs to be a filtering layer that can catch them. I see it every day at work, man. I swear.
And
it's tough. It's very difficult. I will say that, like, people that have mental health issues, it's one of those things where you can probably help them before it escalates to an unreasonable point. Then, at a certain point, once you're like a full-blown addict, it's very difficult to get you to not do that anymore. Just in general, it's tough. No, it's tough.
But yeah, no, I think I like your criticism of the Twitter. You know, I've been having fun for a couple weeks and readjusting, not out of like shame or regret necessarily, but just like I want to be more productive.
Yeah.
And more productive, calling out extremism on there specifically, and just things that I think are just like really bad takes that people have. Like again, the big number bad. That's, you know, one of my tweets last night. Like I don't like that. I don't like that.
I don't like that. I don't like big number bad because I want big number. Because I want big number, and I took the PP of people who have big number. What the fuck are we talking about, bro? Big number is bad. Big number in few people's hands is bad. That's resource and things like that. And I don't care if it's like, bro, he proved to you, he showed you, he talked about how you can take a equity stake, a number of stocks, and transfer that, get that into cash. So if you can take an equity stake and turn it into cash, you can do that. It doesn't have to be for Elon. You can do that for anything. Again, this is the wealth they use to build our pension fund. If we could build out a pension fund, maybe we can get rid of Social Security. We shouldn't. We should have both. But god dang, dude. Why should one person have $600 billion? No one has ever given me an argument for that.
Wrap it up. Well, I want to talk to Brandon. I don't have to Brandon.
Sorry, go for it. Go.
One of the things I just wanted to like reinforce before a little bit, just to clarify my point. You don't have to do it back and forth on it. Was one of the things I was criticizing is like Donald Trump's messaging, and you were like, "Hey, that's bad." Well, I think that what Donald Trump's messaging is like it's almost catastrophic. He's justifying Rob Reiner being killed because he was anti-Trump. That's insane. And like your energy is like, "Hey, that's bad," versus like at cringe SJW girls on the internet and being like, "Hey, look at how ugly this person is." There seems to be more criticism. I know you're gooning a little bit, but more criticism for like a cringe SJW girl than there is for Donald Trump, the leader of America. And somebody who sets the standard for what is and is not appropriate.
Kind of. I mean, I really only just retweeted her picture. I didn't even put any text to it. And I still gave Trump's post, I think, 3 responses. and I called it like this is not the way. What
Well,
the
that,
fuck
yeah, but that's
is
far. But what that is that that's like a far right wing, insane. Like saying that you deserve to die because he criticizes him.
Oh, I agree. No, that's why I called
is
it
like
out.
that is extremism on the right. Like that is an
No,
extremist position.
You won't get me agreeing with his response. That's why I made three responses saying, I
Yeah.
said, what a shit response. The death of political foes is not something to meme on or celebrate.
Yeah.
Like, that's specifically what I said.
But that's the representation that like Donald Trump, like the Conservative Party today, is extremist compared to the Progressive Party. Like that's fucking insane. That is the leader of the free world that would say something egregious like that, who is systematically and continuously trying to drain people of like fundamental rights, like consistent violations of freedom of speech through taking down statutes that have valid permits, or using the FCC to go after different people that he doesn't like because they make jokes about Charlie Kirk and how much he doesn't care about Charlie Kirk, indiscriminately bombing people without due process, kicking people out of the country without due process, going around and saying that Ukraine was the reason that the war in Russia started. There's a laundry list of a lot of issues, and I think that the Conservative Party right now has become the extremist party, where it's like the left party. There are some extremists, but like no mainstream leftist is particularly extreme. The most extreme position is like, hey, we want health care, which has worked in every single other first world country.
I mean, for me, it's more calling out post by post, right? So it's like, I mean, that is a full take on Trump. But even when I call out like any of the other posts, I call out post by post. I don't call out their entire life.
That's fair.
You know, when I subtweet, let's see, Bonnie Blue. I know that's not on the same level. You know, I didn't tweet about her life. I was like, why does she look 55? So like, if I'm tweeting Trump's bad response, I'm not tweeting about everything he's doing. It's directly in response to what's being put out there. So that's kind of how I run my Twitter.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
You know, when like the Michigan head coach that got fired for gooning too hard, which we respect, big W.
Oh, I don't even know what happened with that.
He gooned too hard, too close to the sun, and we love it for him. You know, I didn't tweet about his entire life. It was just like, well,
Bro, this guy's a creep. He's still doing shit. Well, this is what I'm looking at. I was interested to see if he keeps creeping. And bro, he don't get the power dynamic. Want to see the demon's influence gets it's being called creepy from a woman who keeps messaging you've never responded to. The irony. Literally so fucking gross. Leave Frogan alone, you freak. Fuck off, creep. She's probably coming from Frogan's camp, right? And like, I get that's weird, but bro, you don't even gotta address it. You don't need to bring attention to it. You got people in your community that are like riding and dying from you because you're an influencer. You have influence over people. And then look, bro, so all that's one thing. But then look, still would though, because she's cute. Bro, this is creepy behavior from a 30-year-old, bro. You're putting her on blast. No, I don't random shit. I want to read the comments. I don't know anything about Twitter, dang it. That's why he's the GOAT. What the fuck? Bro, there's a bunch of crude people being crude. Bro, see, people are not creeping on her, bro. Look, this girl got 209 following. She has 125 followers, bro. You got 152,000, bro. 157,000. What are we doing, bro? God, bro. That's just like, you're just misusing your influence so heavily. It's so gross. And you did this after the conversation with Papa Gut. That's gross, bro.
Mistress, I think he deserved to get arrested for that one.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
But I didn't tweet about his entire life,
Okay, that's fair enough. Understandable. Really quick, you said Brandon, right? You said Brandon want to talk to me? All right, I want to know what Brandon. Can I ask what Brandon thinks about my? Can I ask what Brandon thinks about my shirt?
I can't see it.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. All right. What do you? What do you think about
Show me those titties.
It's it says big beautiful Bill. It's Bill Clinton get a hand shove from Trump. Do you think that's better or worse than the 6'7" meme that Nick Fuentes was doing when it came to the Holocaust? Which one do you think is funny?
Which one rage bait you more? Because rage bait is
Which one did you enjoy more, this joke or when Nick Fuentes was doing 6'7" on the Holocaust?
He hit a 6'7" in a Piers Morgan interview, and I think that is 4 million views on that. I think on that thing to date, but Your shirt is just as beautiful.
Well,
And,
which one? So are you saying you like my shirt more, or Nick Fuentes is 6'7" on the Holocaust more? Which one is funnier?
Well, you're here talking to me right now, so I'm gonna
Okay.
side with you. I'm gonna side with you.
That's fair.
Bro, Nick Fuentes, Stan? Is that what this is?
We don't really have beef, but man, I've been watching Papa Gut for a minute now, and you know, I know that you've reacted to my boy Caleb a couple times, and
Absolutely.
I'll see myself in some of the videos that you react to. Big guy, Lindsay and I are not dating, and
No,
I
never-
don't suck.
never will.
Papa Gut, I don't suck dick, dude.
I thought you were gay.
I'm calling you gay.
Well,
Yeah,
not all
was
gay
I-
guys suck penis. It's okay. You know, they call them cops. You know.
Yeah, it was either you were gay or we were dating.
Yes.
I don't know which one it is.
Never have, never will. He's like my brother.
We're beating
my
both
Okay.
those allegations, Gut.
Well, not.
Okay. That's the whole thing we had beef over. That you.
Is that Shaker Cup?
That I said you were dating your sister.
Yeah, sister. Well, yes, Papa. I don't think you would want me saying you're dating your sister.
You don't know what my sister looks like. Maybe she's attractive.
Hopefully funny.
That is true.
Gay, Papa. Those people that just keep coming after me. What do you think of the new accusation that I am a very clear homosexual man and I'm grifting to the right to hide that I'm gay?
Well, I think that's a common tactic for gay people. There are a lot of people
What's the
like that.
accusation about me?
Matt Walsh is one of them, definitely gay. I think Nick Fuentes is super
You
gay.
think so?
Yeah, for sure. Look, listen, there's no such thing as a well-dressed straight man, okay? So, except for me in this beautiful.
Unless you're married.
I don't know. I think that people are just like fucking with you because they're pissed off at like some of your like left-wing posts on Twitter, and they're just trying to say things and say that you're like a right-wing. You're part of the
Our
alt-right or
ultimate
something.
snarker, Scott, says that I'm in fact a homosexual male and I'm hiding it.
I don't think that you should watch Scott. He's like, you know, I think.
No, we don't. My number 2 watches.
I don't know if I should finish this
Who's
or.
number 2? Is it Brandon?
No, it's Robert.
No, I don't want
Shit.
that face up.
It's Robert, my black employee.
Wow, is that a DEI hire or what's going on with that?
Yeah. No.
You're gonna have to pay him now more money because I just said something that's offensive in workplace harassment. So get ready for a settlement.
I think I'm done with him, guys.
Brandon and Lindsay, they know me hard. They know the people I simp over. If I listen, and I've talked about my lore all the time. How my first experience, like seeing porn in high school, was through one of my best friends, like sister. She showed us porn, and then one of my first experiences was like dude. So I thought I was bi for a long time.
I did. I'm hitting 6-7s on everybody today.
Hey,
Okay?
you didn't do the hand motion.
Like this.
All right, we
All right,
love
are you
Papa.
kicking
We're
me
gonna-
off? Can I just say
we're
one
gonna
thing?
go to the next segment. Yes,
I just
please.
say one thing. I just curious. This is just. I want to talk a little bit about Nick Fuentes with Brandon, but that's okay. I do want to bring up. I want to ask you a question. Do you think that Erica Kirk is an autistic lesbian?
Who are you
Lindsay,
asking?
Lindsay follows that a bit more. Lindsay, what do you think? I honestly
She-
only follow it in this show.
No, I don't. Autistic, you know, I'm gonna have to really. What I'm gonna say is I was watch interviews with her prior to her husband being assassinated in front of the country because I will give her grace for
That's fair.
any time moving forward from there. I need to go back into the archives and I will get back to her.
I think that she's a masked lesbian, and she's a little bit, I would say, socially.
See, this is where it gets a little. I mean, come on, bro. We don't need to talk about that. All right, let's get one more little thing. I'm ready for bed, though. Let's see. Anything quick here? Let's see what this motherfucker talking about.
About this game lately, but I'm still so unsure.
Okay, you want me to pitch it to you? It is marketed as a turn-based game, turn-based RPG. None of this feels turn-based. It is incredibly active combat. You have to parry, you have to dodge, you have to jump, you have to gradient parry, you have to read your enemy, you have to learn them. It is a Souls-like turn-based game. It is absolutely wild. It's like Final Fantasy and it's like a Dark Souls game. Really good.
All right, guys. I had to clean my palate a little bit. I got a little gunk in my teeth after that. So remember, man, the vibe check isn't necessarily trying to, isn't necessarily like an all out. I don't know Caleb all the way. Don't go hate him. Don't do anything like that. Papa Gut, more good than bad. Caleb, I'd say more bad than good, really, on the vibe. again, I'm not saying he's a bad guy or nothing. I just don't think. I mean, I just don't know what his mission really is. Like, I don't think his mission is to leave society better than he found it. I don't think he's like out here trying to make the world a better place. I think he's just out here trying to make a little money any way he can. I mean that is the world of a financier, so it would make sense. But yeah, so I'm gonna do a little closing. I'm gonna do a closing prayer, and then we're gonna go ahead and get out of here tonight. I appreciate you guys for being here. It was a great one. It is getting late, and it is the bedtime. So, dear God, thank you for tonight. Thank you for the energy in my words and my ability to just be here and try to make the world a little bit better of a place. I pray that we're able to bring data economics to the masses and that we're able to create a new economic social norm. Thank you for just giving me guidance. I pray that I'm able to diminish myself so that you can be more greatly seen. Thank you for allowing me to stay meek. Thank you for allowing me to stay humble. I pray for the courage and strength to stay so. Thank you for just my intention. Thank you for my heart. Thank you for the love I'm trying to give the world. And I just thank you for always blessing the road in front of us as you bless the one that we leave behind. In your holy name and by your Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. All right, guys. Peace. I will see you all on Friday. I might be back before then, but